Seneca was born with a rare gift, a mind capable of seeing the world as it truly was, not as it wished to be. From early on, he understood a truth that many spend their entire lives avoiding, that wisdom does not protect you from power, and virtue does not guarantee survival. This understanding would shape his life, his philosophy, and ultimately, his death. Seneca did not live believing he would win. He lived knowing he would lose, and still chose to remain. Lucius Annius. Seneca grew up in a Rome intoxicated by ambition and fear. He was educated in rhetoric and philosophy, trained to speak with clarity and reason in a world that increasingly valued obedience over truth. His Stoic beliefs taught him that external events were beyond human control, that peace could only be found by mastering one's inner life. Yet Seneca's fate placed him not in quiet contemplation, but at the heart of imperial power. When Seneca became tutor and later advisor to the young Emperor Nero, many believed philosophy had finally found a place on the throne. In the early years of Nero's reign, this seemed true. The empire was governed with restraint. Excessive cruelty was checked. Public executions were fewer. Laws were tempered with mercy. Seneca's influence was visible, and for a brief moment, Rome breathed more easily. But Seneca never mistook calm for safety. He understood Nero's character better than most. He saw the insecurity beneath the crown, the hunger for admiration, the resentment toward anyone who appeared morally superior. Seneca knew that power, once fully tasted, would not tolerate guidance forever. The question was never whether Nero would turn against him, but when. This is where Seneca's tragedy truly begins. He could have withdrawn early, returned to philosophy, lived quietly. Yet he stayed, not because he believed he could change Nero, but because he believed his presence could slow the damage. Seneca chose the role of restraint rather than reform. He accepted that he could not stop the descent, only delay it. In his writings, Seneca often spoke about fate and acceptance. He warned against tying one's happiness to outcomes beyond one's control. And yet, his own life placed him in direct conflict with these ideas. He remained close to power, fully aware that proximity made him vulnerable. This was not hypocrisy, but sacrifice. Seneca believed that reducing suffering, even briefly, was worth the personal cost. As Nero grew older, his paranoia deepened. He began to see enemies everywhere, especially among those who reminded him of moral limits. Seneca's calm authority and intellectual independence became threats. The emperor no longer sought advice. He demanded loyalty without conscience. The philosopher's words, once valued, now sounded like accusations. Sensing the inevitable, Seneca attempted to withdraw from public life. He asked to retire, to give up his wealth, to disappear quietly. But Rome did not allow its former advisors to fade into obscurity. Knowledge itself was dangerous. Seneca knew too much, had seen too closely the machinery of power. Withdrawal was no longer an option. In his later letters, Seneca wrote frequently about death, not as an end to be feared, but as a release from tyranny. He urged others to prepare their minds, to treat death as a natural conclusion rather than a catastrophe. These were not abstract thoughts. They were preparations. Seneca was readying himself for the moment he knew would come. When Nero accused him of conspiracy and ordered him to take his own life, Seneca received the message with calm acceptance. There was no protest, no plea for mercy. He bathed, spoke gently to his friends, and reminded them that fear only holds power if we surrender to it. Even in his final hours, Seneca taught, not with words, but with composure. His death was not swift, yet he endured it with dignity, demonstrating the very Stoic principles he had spent a lifetime explaining. In that moment, Seneca lost everything the world could take from him and gained the only victory he ever sought: mastery over himself. Seneca's life stands as a quiet warning. Wisdom does not protect you from cruelty. Reason does not tame unchecked power. The philosopher knew this long before the end. He stayed, not because he expected justice, but because he believed presence mattered, even in defeat. In the end, Seneca did not fail because he was naive. He failed because the world he inhabited was not built for moral victories. And yet, his failure carries a strange kind of peace. He showed that one can lose the game of power without losing one's soul. This is why Seneca endures, not as a triumphant hero, but as a calm voice in the darkness. A man who understood that wisdom often arrives too early for the world, and that knowing you will lose does not mean that you should not try. So now, let us step back from the end and find the beginning. Close your eyes. Imagine a sunlight so golden it feels heavy on your skin, the scent of baked earth and crushing olives drifting on a warm wind. We are not in Rome yet, but in Cordoba, Spain, near the turn of the millennium. The air here is quieter. The river Guadalquivir flowing sluggishly past the city walls. It is here that we find the first breath of a man who would spend his life teaching others how to breathe. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We begin in the province of Baetica, a place known for its wealth and its deep, almost competitive loyalty to Roman culture. It is a world of white stone and dark shadows, where the heat dictates the rhythm of the day. Here, Lucius Annaeus Seneca is born into a family that values words as much as blood. Historians still argue whether he arrived in the year 4 BC or perhaps 1 BC, a small debate of numbers that fords against the reality of his childhood. He is the second son of Helvia, a woman of profound intelligence and gentle spirit, and Seneca the elder, a man of sharp ambition and rhetorical fire. His father is a man who believes that a good sentence is a weapon, a tool to carve one's name into history. He looks at his sons and sees future orators, lawyers, men who will dominate the forum with their voices. But when he looks at Lucius, he sees something else: fragility. From his earliest days, the boy is sickly. His chest is a cage that often refuses to open. He suffers from a chronic respiratory condition, perhaps asthma, perhaps something deeper, that leaves him gasping for air while other children run through the dusty streets. This illness is his first and most persistent teacher. It is a strange irony, almost a cosmic joke, that a boy destined to speak to the ages is born struggling to find enough breath to whisper. While his father paces the courtyard, dictating furious speeches and dreaming of political conquests, young Lucius lies in the cool shade of the atrium, watching the dust motes dance in shafts of light. He learns early on that the body is an unreliable vessel. While his older brother Gallio is strong and his younger brother Mela is content, Lucius is watchful. He observes the way the light changes on the terracotta tiles, the way the servants move with quiet efficiency, the way his mother's face softens when she reads. Helvia becomes his anchor. While his father sharpens the boy's mind with grammar and history, Helvia nurtures his soul. She is educated, a rarity for the time, and though her husband discourages her from diving too deep into philosophy, fearing it might make her too independent, she possesses a natural wisdom that Lucius absorbs like water in a drought. It is from her that he learns the value of introspection. If his father is the fire, pushing him outward toward fame, his mother is the hearth, pulling him inward toward peace. The boy's condition means he spends long periods in bed, isolated from the rough games of youth. In this enforced stillness, he discovers a secret. The mind can travel where the body cannot. He begins to see that pain and suffering are not just obstacles, but opportunities to test one's own endurance. It is a heavy lesson for a child, but the Stoic path often begins not in a classroom, but in a sick bed. He learns that if he panics when his breath catches, the suffering doubles. But if he remains calm, if he accepts the constriction of his chest as a momentary fact rather than a terrifying catastrophe, the fear recedes. He is practicing philosophy before he even knows the word, learning to separate the event, the gasping lungs, from his reaction to it. Of course, he is still a boy. He likely wishes he could simply kick a ball without wheezing, proving that even future sages have moments where they trade a profound insight for a good pair of lungs. But destiny, as Seneca would later write, leads the willing and drags the unwilling, and destiny was already packing his bags for Rome. The provinces were comfortable, but for a family of the Annes ambition, Cordoba was too small a stage. The elder Seneca wanted his sons to drink from the source of power itself. He wanted them in the capital, amidst the marble and the mud, the noise and the glory. And so the frail boy with the watchful eyes was prepared for a journey that would take him far from the olive groves of Spain. Into the very maw of the beast he would spend his life trying to tame. The journey to Rome was a tearing away, a movement from the soft edges of the provinces to the sharp marble center of the world. If Cordoba was a sleepy afternoon, Rome was a fever dream that refused to break. Imagine the assault on the senses of a sickly boy arriving in the capital. The air was thick, not just with dust, but with the smoke of 10,000 cooking fires, the sweat of 1,000,000 bodies, and the overwhelming metallic scent of ambition. To walk the streets was to be shoved by senators and slaves alike, a reminder that in Rome, space was the only true luxury. Seneca the Elder, eager to launch his sons into this chaos, wasted no time. He ushered Lucius and his brothers into the Forum, the beating heart of the empire, where the air vibrated with the shouting of lawyers and the droning of politicians. For the father, this noise was music. For Lucius, it must have sounded like a storm he was ill-equipped to weather. He was enrolled in the best schools, placed under the tutelage of rhetoric masters who taught that the truth was flexible, something to be bent and shaped until it fit the argument at hand. They taught him how to pitch his voice to reach the back of a crowd, how to use a sweeping gesture to hide a weak point in logic, and how to weep on command to sway a jury. Lucius was good at it. His mind was too sharp not to be, but his heart remained distant. While his father dreamed of him becoming a Cicero, a man who could command armies with a sentence, Lucius found himself drifting toward a different kind of power. He began to slip away from the rhetoric schools, finding his way to the lecture halls of the philosophers. It was here in the quieter, dustier corners of the city that he met the men who would truly shape him. He discovered the Stoic teacher Attalus, a man who did not preach about how to gain power, but how to be immune to it. Attalus spoke of a king who ruled not lands, but himself, a concept that dazzled the young provincial boy. Seneca later wrote that he would leave Attalus's lectures walking on air, feeling as though he could conquer any misfortune. It is a feeling many of us remember from our own youth, that sudden electrifying discovery of an idea that seems to explain the entire universe. Of course, usually, that phase ends when we have to pay rent, but for Seneca, it was the beginning of a lifelong discipline. He also fell under the spell of Socian, a philosopher who blended Stoic toughness with the mystical beliefs of Pythagoras. Socian taught that souls were recycled, passing from humans to animals and back again. He looked at a cow and saw a potential cousin. He looked at a fish and saw a former neighbor. Historians still debate whether Seneca truly bought into the idea of reincarnation, or if he simply admired the discipline it required. But the result was the same. The young student became a vegetarian. In a city obsessed with feasting, where the consumption of exotic meats, flamingo tongues, dormice fattened in jars, wild boar, was a status symbol, refusing meat was a radical act of rebellion. For a year, Lucius lived on vegetables and water. He later claimed his mind became clearer, his body lighter, his spirit more agile. He felt, for the first time, that he was crafting his own life, rather than having it cut from the cloth of his father's expectations. There is a gentle humor in picturing this intense, skinny teenager refusing a roast chicken at the family dinner table, while his formidable father glared at him over a goblet of wine. We can almost hear the elder Seneca sighing, wondering why his brilliant son had to be so complicated, perhaps muttering that a little roast pork never hurt a rhetorical career. But this philosophical experiment collided with a dangerous political reality. It was around 19 AD, and the Emperor Tiberius was in a dark mood. The imperial court had become suspicious of foreign cults, particularly those from the East and Egypt. Strange dietary habits were no longer just eccentric. They were seen as potential signs of treason or subversive loyalty to foreign gods. The elder Seneca, ever the pragmatist and deeply concerned for his son's safety and perhaps his own social standing, intervened. He did not argue philosophy. He argued survival. He pointed out that a vegetarian diet might be mistaken for adherence to these banned foreign superstitions. Do you want to be a philosopher, he might have asked, or do you want to be alive? It was a blunt lesson, one that Lucius would never forget. The pursuit of inner truth often comes with an outer cost. Reluctantly, Lucius gave up his diet. He returned to eating what a Roman was supposed to eat, but the seed had been planted. He had tasted the freedom of self-denial, and he liked it. He began to practice other exercises, sleeping on hard mattresses, taking cold baths, training himself to need as little as possible. He was building an inner citadel, a fortress of the mind, where he could retreat when the world became too loud. And Rome was getting louder. The city was a paradox, magnificent in its marble skin, yet rotting underneath. He saw men with vast fortunes who lived in constant terror of losing a single coin. He saw powerful generals who were slaves to their own tempers. He saw that the disease of the city was not poverty, but insatiable desire. Everyone wanted more land, more fame, more pleasure, and this hunger made them miserable. Philosophy Seneca realized, was not a hobby. It was medicine. It was the only cure for the sickness of the human condition. While his fellow students were memorizing speeches to flatter the emperor, Seneca was memorizing the laws of nature to free himself from the fear of the emperor. He was learning to look at death without blinking, a skill he would need sooner than he expected. The strain of his double life, the public dutiful son and the private ascetic philosopher, began to take a toll on his already fragile body. The air of Rome, thick with swamp mist and smoke, clogged his lungs. The suffocating catarrh, as he called it, returned with a vengeance. It felt like dying. He later wrote of these attacks as a rehearsal for death, moments where breath became so thin it seemed to vanish altogether. He was a young man with an old man's awareness of mortality. The vibrant energy of the forum, which fed his father's spirit, was slowly poisoning his son. It became clear that, if Lucius remained in the capital would kill him. He was withering, a sapling planted in soil, too rocky and salt-heavy for its roots. The decision was made, likely with a mixture of heartbreak and relief, to send him away again. Not back to Spain, but to a land of ancient healing and dry sun-baked air. He would go to Egypt. It was a departure that felt like a defeat, a retreat from the arena before the games had even begun. But as the coast of Italy faded into the mist behind him, Seneca was unknowingly sailing towards the silence he needed to become the voice history would remember. The ship that carried Seneca south cut through the Mediterranean like a needle through blue silk, leaving the grey mists of Italy far behind. He was traveling towards the sun, toward the one place in the empire where the air was dry enough to heal a pair of broken lungs, Egypt. To the Romans, Egypt was not merely a province. It was a land of ancient magic, a granary that fed the world, and a graveyard of empires that had risen and fallen while Rome was still a collection of mud huts. For Seneca, it was a sanitarium. He arrived in Alexandria, a city of blinding white marble and geometric perfection, where the streets were laid out in a grid that seemed to mimic the order of the stars. But it was the heat that greeted him first, a physical weight, dry and preserving, that seemed to wrap around him like a warm bandage. He was not alone in this strange golden land. He was taken in by his aunt, his mother's sister, whose name history has carelessly lost to the sands of time, but whose kindness remains etched in Seneca's survival. She was the wife of Gaius Galerius, the Roman prefect of Egypt, effectively the viceroy of the pharaoh's land. This meant that Seneca did not recover in a roadside inn, but in the cool shadowed halls of the governor's palace, surrounded by the quiet hum of supreme administration. Here, the noise of Rome was replaced by the rhythmic swishing of palm fronds fanned by silent servants, and the distant eternal lap of the sea against the harbor walls. For a young man who had spent his life gasping for air, the stillness of Egypt must have felt like a second birth. For nearly 10 years, Seneca vanished into this healing silence. These are the lost years of his biography, a decade where the historical record falls quiet, much like the man himself. But silence, for a Stoic, is not emptiness. It is a classroom. While his body slowly knit itself back together, drawing strength from the arid desert winds, his mind was expanding in ways the rhetoric schools of Rome could never have permitted. He was living in the shadow of the great library, or what remained of it, walking streets where Greek mathematics, Egyptian mysticism, and Roman law danced a complex three-way waltz. He likely visited the pyramids at Giza, standing before those geometric mountains of stone that had already watched humanity for 3,000 years. There is a profound perspective to be gained from staring at a monument that makes the lifespan of an empire look like a blink of an eye. It teaches you that urgency is a trick of the mind, and that time is a river that swallows everything eventually. Seneca became fascinated by the Nile. It was a river unlike any other, flowing backwards from south to north, flooding not with the winter rains, but in the heat of summer. He spent hours observing its cycles, the way it swelled with a clockwork predictability that defied the chaos of human affairs. Later in his life, in his book Natural Questions, he would write extensively about the Nile, exploring the scientific reasons for its floods. Historians still debate whether he traveled deep upriver, perhaps as far as the cataracts in the south, to see the waters churn and boil. Whether he did or not, the river became a metaphor for him, a force that gave life through its own overflow, governed by hidden laws that demanded respect, not anger. He learned that you can't shout a river back into its banks. You can only build your house on higher ground. But his education was not entirely abstract. Living in the prefect's house, Seneca had a front row seat to the machinery of empire. He watched his uncle-in-law govern. He saw how grain was counted, how taxes were levied, how disputes between angry merchants were settled with dry, unyielding Roman law. He learned that civilization is held together not just by philosophy and high ideals, but by logistics, by the quiet, boring work of making sure the boats leave on time and the soldiers are paid. It is a detail often missed, but this decade in Egypt transformed Seneca from a dreamy intellectual into a capable administrator. He learned that a good ruler must be part philosopher and part accountant. It is a lesson that would serve him well, and perhaps curse him, when he later found himself managing the budget of the entire Western world. One can imagine him sitting in a corner of his uncle's office, scrolling through papyrus spreadsheets, realizing with a dry smile that the secrets of the universe are often hidden in the ledger books. Under the care of his aunt, Seneca's health slowly returned. The terrifying catarrh receded. His chest broadened, his voice, once thin and reedy, gained the resonance of the desert wind. His aunt nursed him with a ferocity that he would never forget. She treated his weakness not as a character flaw, but as a temporary siege that could be broken with patience and broth. In a world that often discarded the sickly, her devotion was a tether that kept him anchored to the earth. She was the first to show him that love is a form of active service, a stoic duty performed not with grand speeches, but with cool cloths and quiet vigilance. As his strength grew, so did the pull of the world he had left behind. The silence of Egypt, once a sanctuary, began to feel like a waiting room. Rome was calling. The empire was moving on, and Seneca, now in his mid-30s, was still a man without a career, a spectator in the grand games of history. He felt the itch of ambition returning, the desire to test his new strength against the old challenges. The inner citadel he had built in the desert was ready to be besieged. It is a strange human habit to heal from a burn only to walk straight back towards the fire, but Seneca knew that philosophy was not meant to be practiced in a vacuum. It had to be lived in the crowd. The journey back to Rome, however, would demand a final terrible price for his recovery. In 31 AD, Seneca, his aunt, and his uncle Gaius Galerius boarded a ship bound for Italy. The Mediterranean, so often a blue mirror, turned violent. A storm rose up, a chaotic fury of wind and water that tossed the heavy crane ship like a toy. In the midst of the tempest, tragedy struck, not to Seneca, but to the man who had sheltered him. Gaius Galerius died at sea. The details are lost. Perhaps it was a heart failure, brought on by the stress of the storm, or an illness that struck swiftly. But the aftermath was a scene of harrowing devotion. Seneca watched as his aunt, in the throes of grief and surrounded by the terror of a sinking world, refused to let the sea claim her husband's body. While the sailors fought the waves and the rigging screamed in the wind, she protected the corpse, fighting to keep it safe so that he could be given a proper Roman burial on land. It was a moment of raw physical courage that seared itself into Seneca's memory. He saw that grief, too, could be a source of strength. She did not collapse. She endured. She brought the ship to port, and she brought her husband home. Seneca stepped off the boat at Ostia, not as the frail boy who had fled the city, but as a man hardened by the desert and tempered by the sea. He had lost a father figure, but he had gained a second life. He walked back into the noise of Rome, with the dust of Egypt still in his cloak and the silence of the Nile in his heart. He was ready to speak now. And Rome, though it did not yet know it, was ready to listen. The silent years were over. The orator was about to take the floor. Rome did not welcome Seneca back with a parade. It welcomed him with a vacuum. He returned to a city holding its breath, the atmosphere thick with the static electricity of a coming storm. The year was around 31 AD, and the political landscape was shifting beneath everyone's feet. The brooding Emperor Tiberius was hiding away on the island of Capri, ruling by terrified proxy, while in Rome, the powerful prefect Sejanus was about to fall from grace in a spectacle of blood and betrayal. Into this cauldron of paranoia and opportunity stepped Lucius Annaeus Seneca, no longer the wheezing boy from the provinces, but a man of 35 with a healed chest and a hungry mind. He had missed the prime years of his youth, the time when most Roman men built their networks and their reputations. He was starting late, a runner joining the race when the others were already sweating on the second lap. But Seneca had something the others did not. He had the desperation of a man making up for lost time, and he had a new way of speaking. Thanks to the influence of his formidable aunt, who leveraged her late husband's connections with a quiet, steely determination, Seneca secured the office of quaestor. It was the first rung on the cursus honorum, the ladder of honors, a role that largely involved financial administration and bookkeeping. It was dry, tedious work, the kind of job where the excitement usually comes from finding a math error rather than a moral truth. But the quaestorship came with a golden key, a seat in the Senate. Finally, Seneca had a stage, and when he stood to speak, Rome realized that the landscape of language had changed. For decades, the gold standard of Roman oratory had been Cicero. Long, rolling, musical sentences that swelled like an orchestral crescendo, designed to hypnotic effect. Seneca did not speak like that. His time in the desert, or perhaps his Stoic discipline, had stripped the fat from his words. He spoke in short, sharp bursts. His sentences were arrows, not waves. They were epigrammatic, punchy, and modern, designed to startle the listener into agreement. He would take a complex moral idea and compress it into a diamond-hard phrase that you could carry in your pocket. It was a style that perfectly matched the nervous energy of the times, a pointed style for a pointed age. The crowds in the law courts and the Senate began to lean in. There is a specific kind of electricity in a Roman courtroom, the Basilica Julia, crowded with sweating bodies, the air smelling of wool damp with humidity, and the sharp tang of garlic sausages sold by vendors outside. In this chaotic theater, Seneca was the calm center. He argued cases with a brilliance that was almost frightening. He could dissect an opponent's argument with the precision of a surgeon, laying bare the hypocrisy underneath without ever raising his voice. He became the fashionable lawyer of the day, the man you hired if you wanted to win, or if you simply wanted to be seen standing next to intelligence. Wealth began to flow. The man who had once lived on water and vegetables now found himself able to afford the trappings of success: country villas, vineyards, and furniture made of citrus wood and ivory. It is a tension that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The philosopher who praised poverty while counting his gold. Historians still debate the extent of Seneca's hypocrisy here. Was he a fraud who loved luxury, or was he a true Stoic who viewed wealth as an indifferent, something that was nice to have, but not essential to happiness? He would argue that a wise man is the master of his wealth, not its slave. He could live in a palace without being corrupted by it, just as he could live in a shack without being diminished by it. It is a convenient argument, certainly, but one he seemed to believe. He walked a razor's edge, preaching the simple life while dining on the finest plates in Rome. Perhaps there is a gentle irony in the fact that the man who wrote most beautifully about the shortness of life spent so much of his own accumulating real estate. We can forgive him, perhaps. After 10 years of sand and silence, the comforts of a soft couch and a good vintage must have felt like a well-earned exhale. But in Rome, to rise is to become a target. As Seneca's star climbed, the sky above him darkened. In 37 AD, the old Emperor Tiberius finally died, and the empire was handed to his great-nephew, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known to history by his childhood nickname, Caligula, Little Boots. At first, there was joy. Caligula was young, vibrant, the son of a beloved general. Rome expected a golden age. Instead, they got a nightmare dressed in silk. Caligula was not just cruel. He was creatively, theatrically insane. And crucially for Seneca, Caligula fancied himself an orator. The young emperor loved to speak. He considered himself a master of words, capable of dazzling the Senate with his brilliance. He was the kind of man who would tell a joke and then execute you if you didn't laugh hard enough. It is a dangerous thing to be more talented than a king who has an inferiority complex, and Seneca was infinitely more talented. The clash was inevitable. It happened, as these things often do, in the Senate House. Seneca delivered a speech. History does not record the topic, perhaps a defense of a client or a debate on tax law, but it was delivered with such effortless grace, such sparkling wit, that the applause was thunderous. The senators, forgetting themselves for a moment, cheered the lawyer from Spain. From the imperial chair, Caligula watched. His eyes, described by contemporaries as hollow and terrifying, narrowed. He did not hear the wisdom in Seneca's words. He heard only the applause that was not for him. Caligula, in a fit of pique, later critiqued Seneca's style with a jealous sneer, calling his speeches sand without lime, meaning they were gritty and dry, unable to hold together. It was a clever insult, but it masked a deadly envy. The emperor realized that this sickly intellectual lawyer, commanded a kind of authority that could not be bought or seized, the authority of the mind. Seneca, usually so astute, seems to have missed the danger at first. He was riding the high of his own competence, enjoying the game of rhetoric too much to notice the predator stalking the sidelines. He continued to speak, continued to write, continued to shine. He was like a moth that assumes the fire is there to warm him, not to consume him. The atmosphere in the court began to change. Friends would pull him aside in the porticos, whispering that perhaps he should stumble a little. Perhaps he should make a mistake on purpose. "Do not be so perfect, Lucius," they might have said. "Perfection offends the gods, and Caesar thinks he is a god." But habit is hard to break. Seneca was a man built to excel. He could not dumb himself down any more than a leopard could decide to be a house cat. He walked through the forum with his entourage, the sun glinting off the white marble of the temple of Castor and Pollux, unaware that his name was already being circled on a list in the palace. The weapon he had honed so carefully, his voice, had done its job too well. It had cut a path to the top, but it had also cut the thread of his safety. The orator had risen, but in the twisted logic of Caligula's Rome, the higher you rose, the easier you were to hit. The applause of the Senate was fading, replaced by the quiet metallic sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath. Seneca was about to learn that while words can move the soul, they cannot stop a knife. The knife did not fall, but it hovered, invisible and cold, against the skin of Seneca's neck. In the year 39 AD, the distance between life and death in Rome was measured not in years, but in the whims of a 27-year-old man who believed he was a god. Caligula's court was a theater of the absurd, a place where a smile could be interpreted as treason, and a frown as a conspiracy. To breathe the air of the Palatine Hill was to inhale pure anxiety. Seneca, with his newfound fame and his dazzling rhetoric, had committed the one sin that a tyrant cannot forgive. He had become interesting. In a despot's world, there is only room for one protagonist, and Caligula was determined to be the star, the director, and the critic of the Roman play. When Seneca spoke in the Senate, the silence of the listeners was a tribute to his intellect. To Caligula, that silence was a theft. The emperor sat on his ivory chair, fidgeting with the heavy rings on his fingers, his eyes darting around the chamber, counting the nods of approval that were directed at the lawyer from Spain. It is said that Caligula turned to a page, his voice low and trembling with the petulance of a spoiled child, and muttered that he would put an end to this shadow boxing. The phrase was chillingly specific. He did not mean he would debate Seneca. He meant he would erase him. The order for Seneca's execution was reportedly drafted. It was not a formal legal document with seals and witnesses. In those days, a nod to a Praetorian Guard was as binding as any law. The machinery of death was primed. Seneca went home that evening, perhaps unfastening his toga with the weariness of a man who has worked a long day, unaware that he was, for all intents and purposes, a corpse walking. He likely sat in his atrium, listening to the fountain, thinking about his next case, while across the city, his fate was being decided over a cup of wine. But history turns on the smallest of hinges. Just as the order was about to be carried out, a voice intervened. The ancient sources, primarily the gossip-loving historian Cassius Dio, tell us that a woman stepped between the emperor and his victim. Historians still argue whether this was a mistress of Caligula, a high-ranking courtier, or perhaps even his sister, Agrippina, who would play such a pivotal role in Seneca's later life. Whoever she was, she did not appeal to Caligula's mercy, for he had none. She appealed to his pragmatism and his cruelty. She leaned in, the scent of her perfume masking the scent of blood, and whispered that there was no point in killing Seneca. "Look at him," she might have said, gesturing to where the philosopher had stood earlier, pale and thin. "The man is a walking ghost. He is consumptive. He has one foot in the grave already." She argued that executing him would be a waste of effort, a redundancy. Why stain the imperial sword when nature was about to finish the job for free? She painted a picture of Seneca as a man in the final stages of a wasting disease, a tragic figure who would likely be dead before the next harvest. It was a brilliant, dark piece of rhetoric, using Seneca's lifelong struggle with health as the very reason to spare him. Caligula, who possessed a twisted sense of humor, found this amusing. The idea of letting a man die slowly, gasping for air, likely appealed to him more than a swift decapitation. He laughed, waved his hand, and rescinded the order. Seneca was spared, not because he was strong, but because he looked weak. The irony is profound. The illness that Seneca had cursed since childhood, the asthma that had made every breath a battle and sent him fleeing to Egypt, had just saved his life. His fragility was his armor. When the news of his near execution reached him, likely through the terrified whisper of a friend who had heard the rumors in the palace, it must have landed with the weight of a stone. Seneca realized that his brilliance was a beacon that attracted lightning. He had been playing the game of Rome as if merit mattered, as if talent were a shield. He now understood that in the presence of a monster, talent is merely a provocation. He immediately changed his strategy. The man who had dominated the law courts fell silent. He withdrew from public speaking, claiming that his health had indeed worsened, a convenient lie that happened to be the truth that saved him. He stopped taking high-profile cases. He stopped trying to outshine the sun. He adopted a life of quiet obscurity, retreating into his books and his small circle of friends. It was a tactical fade, a camouflage of mediocrity donned to survive the predator's gaze. During this period of forced silence, Seneca's philosophy began to shift from abstract theory to urgent practice. It is one thing to write about death when it is a distant concept. It is another to write about it when it has just knocked on your front door and decided to come back later. He began to internalize the Stoic precept, memento mori, remember you must die. He realized that life was not a solid ground, but a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark ocean. He had almost fallen through. This brush with the executioner likely deepened his empathy. He saw how precarious the lives of everyone around him were. The slaves, who could be beaten for a spilled cup. The senators who could be exiled for a wrong word. He began to write, not just for glory, but for comfort. He turned inward, cultivating the inner citadel with renewed ferocity. If the emperor could take his head at any moment, then the only thing Seneca truly owned was his mind in the present moment. He learned to inhabit the now because the tomorrow had been cancelled, or at least indefinitely postponed. There is a soft, dark humor in imagining Seneca during these months, perhaps coughing a little louder than necessary whenever a spy was nearby, playing up his frailty like a bad actor. "Oh, my chest," He might wheeze, checking to make sure the emperor's informants were taking notes. I surely won't last the winter. It was a performance of mortality, a masquerade of dying to keep on living. But while he played the invalid, his mind was sharper than ever. He was watching the empire crumble. Caligula's reign was spiraling into madness. The emperor declared war on the sea, ordering soldiers to stab the waves and collect seashells as plunder. He made his horse a priest. Rome was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable snap. Seneca, hiding in plain sight, watched it all with the detached eye of a man who knows that tyrants are like summer storms, violent, terrifying, but ultimately brief. He knew that Caligula could not last. The intensity of such evil burns itself out. It lacks the fuel of stability. And so Seneca waited. He practiced the art of being invisible. He wrote, perhaps tentatively drafting the essays on anger and brevity of life that would later make him immortal, but keeping them locked in his desk. He learned that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is sit still and keep your mouth shut. It was a lesson in humility for the arrogant orator. The voice that could move the Senate had to be swallowed. He had to become a listener. And in that silence, amidst the terror of Caligula's Rome, Seneca prepared for the next act. He did not know when the curtain would rise again or what role he would be asked to play, but he knew that he was living on borrowed time. Every breath he took was a theft from fate, a bonus round in a game he had already lost. This sense of living on extra time gave his later writings their peculiar urgency. He writes to us, not as a man who expects to live forever, but as a man surprised to be here at all. The shadow of Caligula's envy had chilled him, but it had not frozen him. It had merely preserved him, like a specimen in ice, for a trial that would be even harder to endure. Caligula would fall, as all monsters do, but the wheel of fortune had not finished with Lucius Annaeus Seneca. The respite was temporary. The executioner had been sent away, but the exile was packing his bags. The wind was changing direction, blowing cold from the islands of the west. When the knife finally fell, it was not on Seneca's neck, but on Caligula's. In January of 41 AD, the madness of the young emperor came to a violent, bloody end in a tunnel beneath the Palatine Hill, cut down by his own guards. For a moment, Rome held its breath, the silence of the vacuum terrifying and absolute. Then, from behind a curtain in the imperial palace, the soldiers dragged out a trembling middle-aged man named Claudius, Caligula's uncle. The stuttering scholar whom the family had long hidden away as an embarrassment. In a farce that became history, the soldiers proclaimed him emperor, not because he was fit to rule, but because they needed someone to put on the coins so they could get paid. For Seneca, this transition must have felt like a deliverance. Claudius was an intellectual, a historian, a man of books. Surely, under the rule of a fellow scholar, a philosopher like Seneca would be safe, perhaps even celebrated. It was a logical assumption, and like many logical assumptions in Rome, it was completely wrong. Seneca failed to account for the fact that a weak man on the throne is often more dangerous than a strong one. For a weak man is ruled by his fears and by those who whisper into his ear. And the person whispering into Claudius's ear was his wife, the formidable and ruthless Empress Messalina. She was young, beautiful, and consumed by a paranoia that rivaled Caligula's. She saw threats everywhere, particularly from the remaining sisters of Caligula, specifically Julia Livilla, Messalina needed to destroy Julia to secure her own position, but one does not simply execute a princess without a scandal. She needed a weapon, a narrative, a crime that would stain Julia's reputation beyond repair. And there, standing in the spotlight of his recovered fame, was the perfect accomplice for her fiction, Lucius Annaeus Seneca. The accusation came swiftly, less than a year into the new reign. The charge was adultery. Messalina claimed that Seneca, the great moralist, the man who preached self-control and virtue, had been sleeping with the emperor's niece, Julia Livilla. It was an accusation designed to destroy two enemies with one stone. Historians still argue whether there was any truth to it. Most agree it was almost certainly a political fabrication, a convenient lie to facilitate a purge. But in the court of public opinion, the truth is merely a draft that can be edited. The scandal was delicious to the Roman mob. The philosopher who praised asceticism caught in the bed of a princess. It shattered Seneca's reputation overnight. He was dragged before the Senate, the very body that had applauded him months earlier. This was the theater of cruelty at its finest. The senators, eager to please the new empress and terrified of being next on the list, voted to condemn him. The sentence was death. For the second time in 2 years, Seneca stared into the abyss. He prepared himself, likely with the grim resignation of a man who realizes that the game is rigged. But Claudius, perhaps feeling a flicker of scholarly solidarity, or perhaps simply wanting to appear merciful, intervened. He commuted the death sentence to relegatio, exile without the loss of property. Seneca would not die, but he would not live in Rome. He was to be banished to the island of Corsica. To a modern ear, being sent to a Mediterranean island sounds like a vacation. We imagine turquoise waters, white sands, and a glass of wine at sunset. But to a Roman of the 1st century, Corsica was not a paradise. It was a prison. It was a jagged, wild rock inhabited by tribes that the Romans considered barely human, a place of malaria, bandits, and crushing isolation. It was the edge of the known world, a place where civilization went to die. The departure was hasty. Seneca had to say goodbye to his family, to the weeping Helvia, to his friends, and to the city that was the oxygen of his soul. He was stripped of his toga of office and placed on a ship that sailed away from the Tiber, away from the libraries, the baths, the conversation, and the light. As the coast of Italy sank below the horizon, Seneca was not just losing his home. He was losing his identity. Who is an orator without an audience? Who is a statesman without a state? The journey to Corsica was a passage into the underworld. When he arrived, the reality of his sentence set in. The island was a fortress of granite and scrub, the landscape harsh and unforgiving. The Tower of Seneca, a ruin still visible today on the Cap course, is traditionally held to be his prison, though he likely lived in a small damp house in a minor settlement. The silence was the first thing to hit him, not the peaceful silence of a library, but the aggressive, howling silence of the wind tearing through the maki, the thick, aromatic brush that covers the island. There were no dinner parties here. There were no debates. There was only the sound of the sea, endless and indifferent, crashing against the rocks. For a man who thrived on the intellectual friction of the capital, this was a form of starvation. He described Corsica in his letters with bitter poetry, calling it a terrible rock, where the summer sun burned and the winter wind froze, a place where the people spoke a rough dialect, he could barely understand. He was 45 years old, the prime of his life, and he had been erased. The psychological toll was immense. This was the true test of his stoicism. It is easy to preach that the mind is its own place when you are sitting in a comfortable villa in Rome. It is much harder to believe it when you are freezing in a hut on a barbarian island with nothing but goats for company. Seneca found himself battling a profound depression. The philosophy that had rolled so easily off his tongue in the Senate now had to be chewed and swallowed like dry bread. He had to convince himself, day after bitter day, that he was not a victim. He watched the stars, the one thing that looked the same in Corsica as they did in Rome, and tried to find comfort in their constancy. He realized that the sky did not care about imperial decrees. The sun rose for the exile, just as it rose for the emperor. This cosmic perspective became his lifeline. He spent his days wandering the rugged cliffs, looking out toward Italy, a faint line on the horizon that represented everything he had lost. The locals, lightly baffled by this toga-wearing Roman who spent hours staring at the waves, left him alone. He was a ghost in their midst. In this solitude, Seneca began to write, but not the speeches of his youth. He wrote letters of consolation to his mother, Helvia, and to another courtier, Polybius. These works are strange, heartbreaking mixtures of genuine wisdom and desperate flattery. In consolation to Helvia, he tries to brave face, telling his mother that he is happy, that his spirit is free, even if his body is bound. "I am not in exile," he writes. "I am merely everywhere where I am not." It is a beautiful sentiment, though one suspects he wrote it with tears in his eyes, trying to believe his own propaganda. But in his letter to Polybius, a freedman with influence over Claudius, the mask slips. Seneca flatters the emperor, praising the very man who banished him, hoping, begging for a recall. It is a moment of human vulnerability that makes him real. He was not a marble statue. He was a desperate man who wanted to go home. He missed the sound of Latin spoken properly. He missed the smell of old paper. He missed the feeling of mattering. There is a subtle humor in the image of the world's greatest Stoic checking the mail every day, or the first-century equivalent, waiting for a ship to see if the emperor had changed his mind, only to receive a shipment of lentils and a note from his accountant. "Still here," he must have sighed, looking at the goats. "And so are you." The years began to drag. 1 year became 2, then 4, then 8. His hair turned grey. The sharp, fashionable lawyer was replaced by a weathered, bearded exile. He learned the names of the winds. He learned to find beauty in the harsh, savage landscape of the island. He began to understand that stripping away the noise of Rome had left him with something terrifyingly real: himself. He was forced to confront his own ego, his own need for validation. Corsica was a crucible. It burned away the vanity of the forum. He was no longer performing for an audience. He was performing for his soul. And in the deep, crushing boredom of exile, something remarkable happened. The writer deepened. The flashy rhetoric of his youth matured into a profound, resonant voice that could speak to the universal human condition. He was learning that suffering is not an interruption of life, but the very material of it. He was being tempered, like steel in a fire, for a future he could not yet see. He thought his life was over, that he would die on this rock, forgotten by history. He did not know that the most dangerous, glorious, and tragic chapter was still to come. He did not know that across the sea, a woman named Agrippina was plotting her rise, and that she had not forgotten the name of the exile in the tower. The wind was howling over the marquee, but the tide was turning. Rome had not finished with him yet. The wind on Corsica has a voice. It does not whisper like the breezes in the olive groves of Spain, nor does it hum with the urban energy of Rome. It shrieks. It tears through the granite ravines and batters the walls of the exile's hut, a constant howling reminder that nature is vast and indifferent to human comfort. For Seneca, now settling into the long grey middle of his banishment, this wind became a companion. Confined to the terrible rock, denied the conversation of his peers, he turned to the only conversation partner left, who was worthy of his intellect, the page. It was here, in the dim light of an oil lamp that likely smelled of rancid fish oil, one of the many indignities of provincial life, that Seneca began to construct his inner citadel. We often imagine the Stoic sage as a statue, immune to cold and hunger. But Seneca was not a statue. He was a man who hated the draughts, who missed the taste of fresh oysters, and who likely spent a good deal of time shivering under a rough wool blanket, trying to convince himself that comfort was overrated. There is a gentle human humor in imagining the great philosopher pausing mid-sentence in a treatise on the irrelevance of physical pain to swat at a Corsican mosquito, grumbling that the universe could have tested his virtue in a slightly more hospitable climate. But in this stripped-down existence, the writing changed. It became urgent. In Rome, writing was a performance. In Corsica, it was a lifeline. He wrote to keep his mind from eating itself. It is during these years that historians believe he may have composed, or at least conceived, his dark and violent tragedies. This remains a point of scholarly debate. Some argue the plays were written later, under Nero, while others insist that the sheer suffocating intensity of plays like Medea and Thyestes reeks of the isolation of exile. If we accept the Corsican theory, a fascinating psychological portrait emerges. By day, Seneca wrote letters of consolation, preaching calm, reason, and the suppression of passion. He told his mother that grief was a choice, and that the wise man is never truly unhappy. But by night, by the flickering lamp, he wrote of mothers murdering their children, of kings feeding nephews to their fathers, of a world gone mad with blood and fury. It was as if he was splitting his soul in two, the Stoic physician treating the wound, and the tragic poet screaming about the pain. Writing the plays was perhaps a way to exorcise the demons of his own anger, a safe container for the rage he felt at Claudius, at Messalina, at the friends who had abandoned him. He could not kill the emperor in reality, but on the page, he could unleash cosmic justice. He also wrote to create a world he could inhabit. When he wrote to his friends back in Rome or to future generations, he was building a virtual salon. He was no longer the lonely exile on a rock. He was the teacher, the guide, the master of the school. In his letters, he developed the concept of the proficiens, the one who is making progress. He never claimed to be a sage, that mythical perfect being of Stoicism who feels no distress. He claimed only to be a patient in the same hospital as his readers, perhaps just a few beds closer to the door. I am talking to you as if I were lying in the same hospital ward, he would later write, passing on the remedies that I have found effective. This humility was forged in the humiliation of exile. It is hard to be arrogant when you are boiling your own lentils. The inner citadel he built was not a fortress of pride, but a shelter of acceptance. He learned to retreat into the one thing the emperor could not confiscate, his judgment. He practiced the view from above, closing his eyes and imagining his body as a tiny speck on a tiny island in a vast ocean, which was itself a speck on a spinning globe. From that height, his exile was not a tragedy. It was a microscopic event, barely worth noting. This cosmic perspective didn't make the bed softer, but it made the mind quieter. Yet the silence was never perfect. The longing for Rome was a constant, dull ache. We see this most painfully in the Consolation to Polybius, a document that remains the most controversial of his writings. Polybius was a powerful freedman, the literary secretary to Emperor Claudius. When Polybius lost his brother, Seneca wrote him a long public letter of comfort. On the surface, it is a standard Stoic text on grief. But woven into the philosophy is a desperate, cringing flattery of the emperor. Seneca praises Claudius as a god, a merciful genius, a star of justice. He begs Polybius to read his case to the emperor, to remind Caesar of the innocent exile waiting on the rock. It is painful to read. It is the sound of a proud man begging. Critics through the centuries have called it shameful, proof that Seneca was a hypocrite who traded his principles for a ticket home. But perhaps we should see it differently. We should see it as the act of a drowning man reaching for a piece of driftwood. It is a reminder that even the greatest philosophers are terrified of being forgotten. Seneca was not writing for history in that moment. He was writing for his life. He wanted to see the 7 hills again. He wanted to hear the roar of the crowd. He was willing to bend his knee if it meant he could stand up in the forum once more. The gamble failed. Polybius did not save him. Claudius did not read the letter, or if he did, he didn't care. The silence from Rome continued. The seasons turned, the blistering heat of August giving way to the storms of November, the wildflowers of spring fading into the dust of summer. Seneca watched the ships pass on the horizon, sails white against the blue, none of them turning toward his harbor. He had to accept that he might die here. He had to make peace with the idea that his bones would lie in foreign soil, unmarked and unmourned, and in that acceptance, a strange new strength began to grow. He stopped waiting. He stopped looking at the horizon. He began to look deeper into the page. He realized that if he could not return to Rome, he would make Rome come to him. He would write with such power, such clarity, that his voice would leap over the water and echo in the Senate regardless of his physical absence. He refined his style, stripping away the last remnants of ornamental rhetoric, forging a language that was pure muscle. He was becoming the Seneca of the moral letters, the voice that would captivate the Renaissance and the Enlightenment centuries later. He also found solace in the natural world, a source of wisdom that required no books. He observed the habits of the island's animals, the structure of the rocks, the movement of the tides. He wrote about the nature of comets, of lightning, of earthquakes. He saw that the universe was governed by a logos, a rational spirit that permeated everything. If the same divine reason that ordered the stars also flowed through his own veins, then he was never truly alone. He was part of the great breathing whole. He learned to treat his exile as a research project. The wise man, he would later say, is never an exile, for the whole world is his country. It was a brave thought to hold on to when the wind was howling and the roof was leaking. 8 years passed, 8 years of sand, wind, and ink. Seneca was now in his early 50s. His face was lined, his skin darkened by the sun, his body lean and tough. The soft lawyer was gone. In his place was something harder, quieter, and more dangerous. He had survived the death of his career, the death of his reputation, and the death of his hope. He had nothing left to lose. And just as he reached this point of total, resigned equilibrium, the wheel of fortune gave a violent lurch. In Rome, the Empress Messalina, the architect of his destruction, had overplayed her hand. In a scandal that shocked even the jaded Roman populace, she had publicly married her lover while the emperor was out of town. The retribution was swift. She was executed by the Praetorian Guard. The position of empress was vacant, and the woman who stepped into the void was none other than Agrippina the Younger, the sister of Caligula, the niece of Claudius, and a woman of terrifying ambition. She needed allies. She needed a brain to match her own. She remembered the brilliant, exiled orator rotting on the rock in Corsica. She didn't care about his alleged crimes. She cared that he was smart, that he had a grievance against the old regime, and that he owed her. She whispered a name to the emperor, and suddenly, on a day that started like any other, a ship appeared in the harbor, not a merchant vessel, but an imperial galley. The oars beat the water with a rhythm that sounded like a heartbeat. Seneca stood on the shore, shading his eyes against the glare. The messenger stepped onto the sand. The exile was over. The spider was calling him home. The ship that carried Seneca back to Italy did not move with the leisurely drift of a merchant vessel. It cut the waves with the sharp, purposeful rhythm of imperial urgency. Standing on the deck, watching the coastline of Ostia rise from the mist, Seneca must have felt a disorientation more profound than seasickness. For 8 years, his world had been granite, scrub, and the scream of the wind. Now, as he disembarked into the crushing humanity of the port, the noise of the empire hit him like a physical blow. The shouting of stevedores, the rattle of ox carts, the sheer, overwhelming smell of unwashed bodies and roasting garlic. It was the scent of life, and for a moment, it must have been intoxicating. But as he was ushered into a waiting carriage, surrounded by the crimson cloaks of the Praetorian Guard, the euphoria would have cooled into a sharp, icy realization. He was not returning as a free man. He was returning as an asset. The pardon he had received was not an act of charity. It was a purchase order. Lucius Annius Seneca, the most brilliant mind of his generation, had been bought. The purchaser was waiting for him, not in the Senate, but in the shadowed recesses of the imperial palace. Agrippina the Younger was a woman who had survived the madness of her brother Caligula and the deadly intrigues of her predecessors by turning herself into living steel. History has often painted her as a caricature of villainy, a poisoner, a seductress, a monster in a stola. But as Seneca walked into her presence, he would have seen something far more complex and terrifying, a politician of supreme competence. She was the great-granddaughter of Augustus, a woman whose bloodline was more royal than the emperor she had just married. And yes, she had married her uncle, the Emperor Claudius. It was a union that required the Senate to hurriedly change the laws on incest, a legislative grimace that the Roman elite swallowed with polite applause. Agrippina did not care about taboo, she cared about power. She sat, perhaps, with the stillness of a spider in the center of a very expensive web, watching the exile enter the room. She needed Seneca. She needed his rhetoric to polish her image, his intellect to guide her faction, and, most importantly, his reputation to legitimize her son. The meeting between them is one of the great unwritten scenes of history. On one side, the Stoic philosopher who preached that the only true wealth is virtue. On the other, the ruthless empress who believed the only true virtue was winning. Historians still argue about the nature of their relationship. Was there a flicker of romantic tension? Unlikely. Agrippina was strictly business, and Seneca was likely too terrified to be amorous. Was there mutual respect? Almost certainly. They were two predators recognizing each other's scent. Agrippina offered him a deal that was simple and absolute. She would restore his property, his rank, and his dignity. She would make him a praetor, placing him back on the high road of power. In exchange, he would serve her. He would be the voice she lacked, and more specifically, he would take on a task that would define the rest of his life. He was to become the tutor to her 12-year-old son, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus. It sounds like a promotion, tutor to a prince, but Seneca, with his sharp eye for danger, must have seen the trap. To teach the stepson of the emperor was to place oneself directly in the line of fire of the succession crisis. Claudius already had a son, Britannicus, the rightful heir by blood. By hiring Seneca to teach her son, Agrippina was signaling to the world that she intended for her boy to take the throne. She was weaponizing Seneca's fame. By placing the empire's greatest thinker next to her son, she was telling Rome, "Look, this boy is being raised by wisdom itself. He is the philosopher king in training." Seneca was the hood ornament on the war machine she was building to conquer the future. He accepted the role. What choice did he have? The alternative was the rock in Corsica, or perhaps a quiet execution. He bowed his head, took the ring of office, and stepped back into the gilded cage. The transition was jarring. Seneca traded his rough wool tunic for the toga praetexta, bordered with purple. He moved from a hut to the Palatine Hill. He began to navigate a court that had changed since he left. It was quieter now, less prone to the manic outbursts of Caligula, but heavier with bureaucracy and dread. Claudius, now in his late 50s, was a man whose body betrayed him. He stumbled, he slurred, his head shook, but whose mind was bookish and pedantic. He loved to judge court cases, often falling asleep on the bench or making bizarre rulings that baffled the lawyers. Agrippina managed him with a mix of wifely devotion and terrifying control. She was slowly, methodically, isolating him from his other advisors, replacing his freedmen with her own loyalists. Seneca watched this slow-motion coup from the inside. He saw the way Agrippina would sit beside Claudius on a separate throne, asserting an equality that shocked traditional Romans. He saw the way the Praetorian Guard looked at her with a reverence they usually reserved for generals. There is a dark humor in imagining Seneca trying to reintegrate into high society after 8 years of talking to goats. He likely found the dinner parties insufferable. The endless gossip about who was sleeping with whom, the gluttony, the desperate jockeying for status. He, who had spent nights contemplating the nature of the soul under the vast Corsican sky, now had to feign interest in the price of mullet or the latest scandal involving a senator's wife. But he played his part. He used his pointed style to charm the court, dropping witticisms that would be repeated in the baths the next day. Power, he might have noted dryly to a confidant, is just slavery with better catering. But beneath the wit, he was watchful. He was assessing the threats. The biggest threat was the existing tutor of the young prince, a man named Anicetus, and the boy's aunt, Domitia Lepida. Agrippina was clearing the board, and Seneca was her chosen piece to replace them. He was introduced to the boy. Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus was a child of the Ahenobarbi, a clan famous for two things: their bronze-colored beards and their violent tempers. The boy was 12, thick-necked, with eyes that were perhaps a little too pale, a little too watery. He was intelligent, artistic, and eager to please, but there was something brittle about him. He had been orphaned early, tossed around between relatives, and lived in the shadow of his terrifying mother. Seneca looked at this child and saw a block of marble that was already cracked. The Stoic task was to carve a statue of virtue out of this damaged stone. It was an impossible assignment. How do you teach moderation to a boy who has never heard the word no? How do you teach empathy to a child whose mother is plotting the murder of his stepfather? Seneca began his work. He did not start with dry lectures on logic. He knew that would bore a prince. Instead, he used stories. He used poetry. He appealed to the boy's vanity, telling him that a true king rules himself before he rules others. He wrote a treatise for him, lost to us now, on the nature of clemency. He tried to instill in the boy the idea that the sword should stay in the sheath. He was joined in this task by a man named Sextus Afranius Burrus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Burrus was the muscle. Seneca was the mind. Together, they formed an unlikely partnership, the soldier from Gaul with the rough hands and the philosopher from Spain with the silver tongue. They looked at the young prince, then at the aging emperor, then at the steely empress, and they made a pact. They would try to save the empire from the family that owned it. But even as he began his lessons, teaching the boy to decline nouns and conjugate verbs, Seneca must have felt the chill of the future. He was walking on a knife edge. Every lesson he taught the boy was scrutinized by Agrippina. She wanted her son to be eloquent, but not too independent. She wanted him to be strong, but not strong enough to defy her. Seneca had to thread a needle in the dark. He was serving two masters, the truth and the mother of the future emperor. And in Rome, those two masters were rarely on speaking terms. One afternoon, as the sun set over the forum, casting long shadows across the marble floor of the palace, Seneca might have watched the young Lucius playing a lyre, his fingers clumsy on the strings. The boy looked up, smiled a charming, eager smile, and for a moment, Seneca might have allowed himself to hope. Maybe, just maybe, he could mold this boy. Maybe he could create a ruler who would make Plato proud. It was the most dangerous hope of his life. The spider was watching from the corner, and the fly was teaching the spider's brooding offspring how to fly. The education of Nero had begun. Seneca's first meeting with the boy who would become Nero was likely a collision of expectations. He expected a monster in the making. He found an artist. The boy, Lucius, was 12 years old, with reddish blonde hair and a face that was still soft with baby fat. He was not interested in war or administration. He was interested in chariot racing, singing, and carving little figurines out of wood. To a traditional Roman father, this would have been a disaster. a son who preferred the lyre to the sword. But to Seneca, it was an opening. He saw that the boy was desperate for approval, a vacuum of insecurity that could be filled with wisdom. Seneca decided not to break the boy's spirit, but to seduce it. He would not be the stern, rod-wielding schoolmaster of Roman cliché. He would be the mentor, the guide, the cool uncle who knew all the secrets of the universe. The curriculum Seneca designed was a radical departure from tradition. He banned the study of traditional philosophy, the logic chopping and hair splitting of the academic schools, claiming it would only confuse a future ruler. Instead, he focused on practical ethics. He taught Nero that the emperor was the soul of the state, and the people were the body. If the soul was sick, the body would writhe. He used flattery as a pedagogical tool. You have the power of a god, he might say, and a god does not need to be cruel to prove his strength. Only the weak strike out in anger. It was a brilliant strategy, appealing to the boy's narcissism to trick him into being virtuous. If Nero wanted to be admired, Seneca told him, he had to be good. Goodness was the ultimate performance. But the classroom was not a sanctuary. It was a battlefield. Agrippina hovered over every lesson. She did not want a philosopher king. She wanted a puppet she could control. She viewed Seneca's influence with a jealous eye. When Seneca tried to teach the boy about the importance of humility, Agrippina would counter with lessons on the divine right of the Caesars. You are not like them, she would whisper to her son. You are above them. Seneca was engaged in a tug-of-war for the boy's soul. He had to be subtle. He could not openly contradict the empress, so he used the boy's own nature against her. Nero loved the arts? Fine. Seneca encouraged his poetry, praising his verses, knowing that a prince busy with rhymes is a prince, not ordering executions. Historians have often criticized Seneca for indulging Nero's artistic pretensions, for letting him play the actor while the empire needed a leader. But perhaps Seneca saw the art as a safety valve. Better he kill a character on stage than a senator in the forum. The partnership with Burrus became crucial during these years. Burrus, the Praetorian prefect, was a man cut from the old Roman cloth, stern, honest, missing a hand, metaphorically, though perhaps he had the scars of a veteran. He handled the boy's physical and military education, while Seneca handled the mind. They were the good cop, bad cop of the imperial nursery. They would meet in the evenings, perhaps sharing a cup of wine in Seneca's villa, shaking their heads at the absurdity of their task. He wants to sing in the theater. Seneca might have sighed. Let him sing, Burrus would grunt, as long as he doesn't burn the theater down. They were managing a ticking bomb, trying to keep the mechanism stable until the boy could mature. But the boy was not the only danger. The palace was a nest of vipers. Seneca had to navigate the intricate rivalries between the freedmen, Pallas, Narcissus, and Callistus, who truly ran the bureaucracy. Pallas, the lover of Agrippina and the treasurer of the empire, was a man of immense wealth and arrogance. Seneca had to bow to him, a humiliation for a senator, but necessary for survival. He learned to speak the language of the court, silence. He saw things he wished he hadn't. He saw the way Britannicus, the rightful heir, was slowly pushed into the shadows. Britannicus was a few years younger than Nero, a quiet, serious boy who knew exactly what was happening to him. At dinners, he was given the worst seat. His slaves were taken away. He was treated like a ghost in his own home. Seneca watched this systematic erasure with a heavy heart. As a Stoic, he knew he couldn't control it. As a human being, it must have sickened him. He was tutoring the cuckoo that had pushed the rightful fledgling out of the nest. There is a scholarly debate about how much Seneca knew of Agrippina's endgame. Did he know she planned to kill Claudius, or did he choose to look away? The evidence suggests a willful blindness. He focused on his student. He tried to instill in Nero a sense of clementia, clemency. He told him the story of Augustus, who, after years of bloodshed, found peace only when he stopped killing his enemies and started forgiving them. He tried to paint a picture of a monarchy that was absolute but gentle, a benevolent despotism. Nero listened. He nodded. He wrote essays on the topic. For a while it seemed to be working. The boy was charming, polite, and seemingly uninterested in cruelty. When asked to sign a death warrant for a criminal, Nero reportedly cried out, "I wish I had never learned to write." It was a line that Seneca likely scripted for him, or at least polished, but the sentiment felt real. The philosopher allowed himself to believe that he had won, but seeds of darkness were there. Nero had a fascination with the night. He would sneak out of the palace in disguise, roaming the streets of Rome, visiting brothels and taverns, getting into brawls. Seneca knew of these excursions. He dismissed them as youthful indiscretions, the sowing of wild oats. Boys will be boys, was the defense. But this was not just mischief. It was a hunger for the chaotic, the forbidden. Nero was testing the boundaries of his cage. Seneca tried to tighten the leash gently, using reason. A prince is always on stage, he warned. Even in the dark, the eyes of Rome are on you. Nero would smile that inscrutable smile, the smile of a boy who knows that the rules don't apply to him because his mother owns the rule book. The years of tutorship were a golden cage for Seneca. He was wealthy again, powerful, respected. But he was tired. He was writing less philosophy and more speeches for a teenager. He was a man of 50, playing nanny to a volatile adolescent. And all the while, the clock was ticking. Claudius was getting old. His health was failing. The transition of power was approaching. Agrippina was getting impatient. She needed her son on the throne before Britannicus came of age and could claim his birthright. The tension in the palace was palpable. Like the air before a thunderstorm, everyone was choosing sides. Seneca had chosen his. He was with the mother and the son. He had bet his life on Nero. It was a wager he would eventually lose, but in those quiet afternoons in the palace library, watching the dust motes dance in the light, listening to the young prince recite Homer, it felt like a bet he might just win. The lion was asleep. The tamer was in control, or so he told himself. The transition of power in Rome rarely happened with a handshake. It usually happened with a gasp. By the autumn of 54 AD, the atmosphere in the imperial palace had thickened into a suffocating smog of anticipation. Everyone knew the end was coming. Claudius, the trembling scholarly emperor, who had survived by being underestimated, was now 63 years old. He was frail, often drunk, and increasingly erratic. But more importantly, he was beginning to show dangerous signs of regret. He had been heard muttering about fate, how it was his destiny to endure the wickedness of his wives and then punish them. He had been seen looking at his biological son, Britannicus with a tearful, sentimental affection, perhaps realizing too late that he had allowed the boy to be pushed aside by the ambitious stepson. For Agrippina, this sentimentality was a death sentence. If Claudius lived long enough for Britannicus to don the toga virilis, the toga of manhood, her plans, and likely her life, would be over. The timeline had compressed. The spider could no longer wait for the fly to die of natural causes. She had to speed up the clock. It happened on the 13th of October. The weapon of choice was not a dagger, which leaves a mark, but a dish of mushrooms, which leaves only questions. Mushrooms were Claudius's favorite delicacy, Pilatus mushrooms, rich, earthy, and soaked in sauce. Ancient sources, particularly Tacitus and Suetonius, paint a vivid, almost cinematic scene of the murder. They tell us of a poisoner named Locusta, a woman with a dark reputation in the Roman underworld, who was hired to brew a toxin that would disturb the mind and stop the heart. The poison was sprinkled onto the succulent caps. Claudius ate greedily, as he always did. What followed was not the dignified exit of a statesman, but the messy, agonizing collapse of an old man. He began to choke. He was carried from the banquet hall, likely foaming at the mouth. Here, the history becomes a blur of shadows. Some say the poison didn't work fast enough, that Claudius merely vomited, and that his doctor, Xenophon, who was in Agrippina's pocket, pretended to help by tickling the emperor's throat with a feather to induce more vomiting, but the feather itself was painted with a second, faster-acting poison. It is a detail that feels too grimly perfect to be true, a reminder that in Rome, even the cure could be the killer. Historians still argue whether Claudius was actually murdered, or if he simply succumbed to old age and a bad dinner. But the timing was suspicious. The stars were aligned, quite literally, for a transition, and the speed with which the palace went into lockdown suggests a script was being followed. Seneca was almost certainly not in the dining room when the mushrooms were served. That was not his place, but he was nearby, waiting in the wings of the palace, his heart likely hammering against his ribs. He knew what this night meant. He was about to trade a difficult master for a dangerous student. As Claudius lay dying, or was already dead, Agrippina staged a masterclass in crisis management. She did not announce the death immediately. She blocked the gates. She held the palace guards in check. She issued bulletins that the emperor was indisposed, but recovering, keeping the city calm while she waited for the propitious moment determined by the astrologers. She kept Britannicus occupied, hugging him, weeping fake tears, calling him the image of his father, effectively keeping the true heir under house arrest while the usurper prepared to take the stage. Finally, at noon on October 13th, the palace doors swung open. But it was not Claudius who emerged. It was Nero. He was 16 years old, dressed in the imperial purple, blinking in the sudden sunlight. He stepped out to the Praetorian Guard, the elite soldiers who held the true power of Rome. Burrus, the prefect and Seneca's partner, was at his side. Burrus gave the signal. The soldiers, perhaps primed with promises of a massive donative, a cash bonus, cheered. They hailed Nero as imperator. There were a few murmurs, a few soldiers asking, "Where is Britannicus?" But the momentum was overwhelming. Nero was hoisted onto a litter and carried to the camp. The Senate followed suit, rubber-stamping the army's choice. By sunset, the world had a new master. For Seneca, the relief must have been dizzying. The gamble had paid off. The monster, Claudius, was gone. a man Seneca privately despised, despite the flattery. The young, artistic, malleable Nero was on the throne. The golden age, Seneca believed, was about to begin. He immediately set to work crafting the narrative. He wrote the eulogy for Nero to deliver at Claudius's funeral. It was a masterpiece of irony. Nero, reading Seneca's words, praised Claudius's foresight, his wisdom, his noble lineage. The Senate wept. But then, in a moment of dark comedy that Seneca may have slipped in on purpose, Nero mentioned Claudius's prudence. The Senate, unable to hold it in, erupted into laughter. Everyone knew Claudius was a fool. It was a subtle signal that the new regime knew it too, and that the era of pretending was over. But Seneca didn't stop at the eulogy. In private, or perhaps for a select circle of friends, he wrote a biting satire called The Apocolocyntosis, or The Pumpkinification of the Divine Claudius. Instead of becoming a god, apotheosis, Claudius becomes a pumpkin, or a god. In this viciously funny text, Seneca unleashes years of pent-up frustration. He depicts Claudius arriving in heaven, where the gods don't recognize him because he's stuttering and shaking. They debate what to do with him, and eventually, he is kicked down to Hades to be a slave to a freedman, forever judging court cases with dice that have no dots. It is a shocking act of literary revenge. The man who wrote about clemency and controlling anger wrote a hit piece on a dead old man. It shows us a Seneca who was not a saint, but a human being capable of pettiness and spite. It was his way of saying, I survived you. Yet, amidst the laughter and the coronation feasts, a cold reality was settling in. The training wheels were off. Nero was no longer a student. He was the emperor, and he was surrounded by immense temptation. Seneca and Burrus looked at each other and realized their job had just shifted from education to containment. They had placed a teenager at the helm of the world. They controlled the bureaucracy, they controlled the army, but they could not control the boy's bloodline. The Ahenobarbus temper was there, lurking beneath the charm. And Agrippina was there too. She expected to rule through her son. She sat in on meetings. She appeared on coins facing him. She was the best of mothers, a title that sounded increasingly like a threat. Seneca found himself in the position of a prime minister. He was effectively running the Roman Empire. He had the power he had always dreamed of. He could pass laws, reform the courts, stabilize the currency. He launched what historians call the Quinquennium Neronis, the 5 golden years of Nero's reign. It was a time of peace, of prosperity, of just rule. But it was built on a lie. It was built on the pretense that Nero was ruling, when in fact, he was largely chasing girls and writing songs, while Seneca and Burrus did the paperwork. They were the adults in the room, keeping the lights on while the teenager threw a party. But teenagers grow up, and this teenager was beginning to realize that the men in the togas were not his masters, but his servants. The mushrooms that killed Claudius had cleared the path, but they had also unleashed a new hunger. The boy who had cried at signing a death warrant was gone. The emperor had arrived, and as the smoke from Claudius's funeral pyre drifted over Rome, Seneca must have wondered, had he saved the state, or had he just changed the executioner? The sun that rose over Rome in late 54 AD seemed to cast a different light, cleaner, sharper, free of the old shadows. For the first time in decades, the city felt like it was breathing. The terror of Caligula and the grim, unpredictable bureaucracy of Claudius had vanished, replaced by the fresh face of a 17-year-old boy who promised peace. This period, known to history as the Quinquennium Neronis, the 5 good years, stands as a strange, golden island in a sea of imperial chaos. It was the moment when philosophy actually took the wheel of the world, but the hands on that wheel were not Nero's. They belonged to Seneca and Burrus. These two men, the intellectual and the soldier, effectively became the co-regents of the empire. They established a rhythm of governance that was efficient, just, and surprisingly humane. Seneca, now the amicus principis, the friend of the prince, was no longer just writing about virtue. He was legislating it. He drafted edicts that curbed the power of corrupt freedmen, lowered taxes for the poor, and restored authority to the Senate. He was trying to build the cosmopolis he had dreamed of in his exile, a state ruled by reason rather than whim. Imagine the daily life of Seneca during these years. He is up before dawn, the habit of the industrious scholar, but now his mornings are not spent in meditation, but in the grinding machinery of state. He is reading dispatches from the Rhine, reviewing grain quotas from Egypt, and appointing governors to the provinces. He is proving that the philosopher is not a head-in-the-clouds dreamer, but a capable pragmatist. He realizes that the good life for the millions of subjects in the empire depends on boring things: safe roads, stable currency, and honest judges. He works in the background, a ghost in the imperial corridors, ensuring that when the young emperor speaks, he sounds wise. It is a masterful performance of ventriloquism. Rome hears Nero, but it is listening to Seneca. The Senate, so often battered and humiliated, finds itself treated with respect. Senators are allowed to debate again. The terrifying trials for majestas, treason, which had claimed so many lives under Claudius, are suspended. It feels like a return to the Republic, or at least a very polite fiction of it. But the real drama of the Quinquennium was not in the Senate House. It was in the private rooms of the palace. The new regime had a problem, and her name was Agrippina. The Empress Mother did not intend to retire to a knitting circle. She intended to rule. She viewed Nero's ascension not as a transfer of power, but as a consolidation of her power. She sat in on meetings, concealed behind a curtain, a literal power behind the throne. She appeared on coins, her profile facing Nero's, visually declaring them co-rulers. This was a constitutional nightmare for Seneca and Burrus. Rome was a patriarchy. It could tolerate a monster, but it could not tolerate a woman giving orders to the legions. The friction was constant. Agrippina pushed, and Seneca pushed back, gently but firmly, using the one weapon she couldn't counter: protocol. The defining moment of this power struggle, a scene that plays out like a tense sequence in a political thriller, occurred when a delegation of ambassadors from Armenia arrived in Rome. This was a high-stakes diplomatic event involving the delicate balance of power in the East. As Nero prepared to ascend the tribunal to hear them, Agrippina entered the hall. She moved toward the dais, intending to sit beside her son and receive the envoys as an equal. The senators froze. It would have been a scandal of international proportions, a woman negotiating with foreign powers. Seneca saw the disaster unfolding in slow motion. He didn't panic. He didn't shout. He whispered to Nero. "Go to meet your mother," he might have said. "Descend the steps and welcome her." It was a stroke of genius. Nero stood up, walked down from the throne, and greeted Agrippina with a filial embrace before she could reach the high seat. The ceremony was converted from a diplomatic reception into a touching family reunion. The envoys were dismissed for a later time. The crisis was averted by a hug. Agrippina was furious, but she had been checkmated. Seneca had saved the dignity of the office by using the boy's own manners as a shield. To keep Agrippina at bay, Seneca and Burrus adopted a strategy that was pragmatic, if morally grey. They distracted the emperor. They realized that a Nero interested in romance was a Nero not interested in his mother's lectures. When the young emperor fell in love with a freedwoman named Acte, a girl with no political standing, merely a slave of the bedchamber, Agrippina was apoplectic. She saw it as a degradation. Seneca, however, saw it as a godsend. He and Burrus quietly encouraged the affair. Better he spend his nights with Acte, they reasoned, than his days plotting with Agrippina. They ran interference, covering up the boy's indiscretions, acting as chaperones to his vices to keep them from becoming public scandals. It was a slippery slope. Seneca, the moralist who wrote about the dangers of lust, was now facilitating the emperor's mistresses. He justified it as political necessity, the lesser of two evils. He was buying stability with his own integrity. Yet, for all the internal maneuvering, the empire was functioning beautifully. When trouble brewed in the east, the Parthians were making moves on Armenia. Seneca showed his judge of character. He didn't send a sycophant to lead the legions. He sent Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, the toughest, most disciplined general of the age. It was a decision based on merit, not favoritism. Corbulo restored order and prestige to the Roman arms, and Seneca ensured he was supported, not undermined by jealousy back home. It was a testament to how well the shadow emperors were running the show. The grain ships arrived on time. The fires were put out. The justice system worked. For 5 years, the average Roman citizen could go about their business without fear of arbitrary arrest. It was a silver age of literature and culture, with Seneca himself writing his greatest works, including On Clemency and On the Happy Life, during these very years. He was at the height of his power, a philosopher-statesman rivaling Plato's ideal. But beneath the marble floor, the foundation was rotting. The quinquennium was a fragile truce. Nero was growing up. The boy who had been content to let Seneca write his speeches was beginning to enjoy the sound of his own voice. He was starting to realize that the applause of the crowd was addictive. He began to resent the schoolmasters who told him no. He looked at Seneca, not with the adoration of a student, but with the suspicion of a rival. And Agrippina, pushed to the margins, was becoming desperate. A desperate Agrippina was a dangerous animal. She began to threaten Nero, whispering that perhaps Britannicus, now nearing manhood, was the true heir after all. It was the nuclear option. She was threatening to switch horses in midstream. Seneca heard these whispers and knew the peace could not last. The good years were merely a dam holding back a flood of resentment. He continued to govern, continued to write, continued to smile at the dinner parties. But he must have felt the tremors. The golden age was actually a gilded cage, and the lock was breaking. The boy was becoming the man, and the man was becoming something else entirely. The sun was still shining on Rome, but the shadows were getting longer, and they were pointing straight at the heart of the palace. If you could hold the year 55 AD in your hands, it would feel smooth, polished, almost warm to the touch, like a stone worn down by a gentle river. This was the high noon of the Mask of Sanity, a period when Rome felt less like a conquered city and more like a liberated republic. The architect of this feeling was, of course, Seneca, but the face of it was Nero. To understand the sheer relief that washed over the empire, we must remember the terror that preceded it. The Romans had lived through the paranoid purges of Tiberius, the chaotic madness of Caligula, and the grim, unpredictable trials of Claudius. They were a people suffering from collective PTSD, flinching at every knock on the door. And then came Nero. He was young, he was beautiful, a new Apollo with hair that caught the sun, and he seemed to genuinely like being liked. But this benevolence was not accidental. It was scripted. The script was a treatise titled De Clementia, on clemency, written by Seneca specifically for the young emperor. It is one of the most fascinating documents in political history because it is essentially a hall of mirrors. Seneca presented it to Nero not as a lecture, but as a compliment. "I'm writing this," Seneca says in the text, "so that you may look into it as into a mirror and see yourself." It was a brilliant psychological trick. By praising Nero for virtues he didn't yet fully possess, Seneca was trying to shame him into adopting them. He was telling the boy, "Look how wonderful you are when you are merciful," in the hopes that the boy would be too vain to be cruel. The central argument of the book was revolutionary for a Roman audience. Seneca argued that mercy was not a sign of weakness, but the ultimate proof of power. Only a man who is absolutely secure can afford to spare his enemies. A tyrant kills because he is afraid. A true king spares because he is untouchable. He painted a picture of the emperor as the soul of the empire, arguing that if the head strikes the body, it is only hurting itself. Nero, who loved nothing more than feeling superior, absorbed this lesson with enthusiasm. He began to perform mercy with the same theatrical flair he brought to his singing. He banished the secret trials that had plagued the aristocracy. He ended the practice of prosecuting people for treason based on casual insults. If someone wrote a rude poem about him, Nero didn't execute them. He laughed it off, or perhaps wrote a rude poem back. To a Senate accustomed to walking on eggshells, this was intoxicating. They were no longer targets, they were partners. Historians still argue whether Nero actually understood the Stoic philosophy underpinning these actions, or if he was simply enjoying the applause. The distinction at the time didn't matter. The result was a Rome that felt safe. The atmosphere of the city transformed. The dreaded delatores, professional informers who made their living by accusing wealthy men of crimes to claim a share of their property, found themselves out of work. The shadow of the executioner retreated from the forum. Seneca had managed to convince a teenage absolutist that the coolest thing he could do was not use his power. There is a gentle, almost desperate hopefulness in Seneca's writing during this time. He praises Nero for having innocence, a strange word to apply to a Roman emperor, but one that reflects Seneca's wishful thinking. He wanted to believe that the slate had been wiped clean, that the blood of the Ahenobabi could be purified by the water of philosophy. He created a public persona for Nero that was accessible and human. Nero walked the streets with a smaller retinue. He attended the theater, not as a god in a box, but as a fan in the crowd. He gave money to the poor, not with the disdain of a patrician, but with the flair of a celebrity. The people loved him. They saw him as the anti-Claudius, young, vibrant, and merciful. They called him the Prince of Peace. But for Seneca, holding up the mirror must have been exhausting. He knew, better than anyone, that a mirror only reflects what is in front of it, and if the subject moves, the image disappears. He was constantly managing the lighting, ensuring that Nero only saw his best angle. The philosophy of De Clementia makes a crucial distinction that often confuses modern readers: the difference between mercy, clementia, and pity, misericordia. To a Stoic, pity is a vice. It is an emotional reaction, a weakness where you lose your composure because someone else is suffering. Mercy, however, is a rational decision. It is the judge looking at the sentence, realizing it is too harsh, and calmly reducing it for the greater good. Seneca didn't want Nero to be soft. He wanted him to be reasonable. He wanted a surgeon, not a weeping mourner. But Nero was a creature of emotion, not reason. He was merciful because it felt good, because it made people cheer, not because he had calculated the ethical utility of sparing a life. This was the flaw in the foundation. Seneca was building a temple of reason on a swamp of feelings. There were moments of genuine humor in this period, the kind of relief laughter that comes after a funeral. The Senate, so eager to please, would often try to vote excessive honors to Nero, statues of gold, months named after him. And Nero, coached by Seneca, would turn them down with a modest wave of his hand. "Save your praises," he once said, likely reading a cue card held by Burrus, "until I have earned them." The senators would chuckle, delighted by this display of humility, forgetting for a moment that the man refusing the statue could order their deaths with a snap of his fingers. It was a golden twilight, a suspension of the natural laws of Roman politics. The lions were sleeping with the lambs, but in the background, the ecosystem was rebalancing itself. The mask of sanity was perfectly sculpted, flawless in its marble beauty, but it was heavy. And a 17-year-old boy, fueled by testosterone and absolute power, gets tired of wearing a heavy mask. He begins to wonder why he has to be good all the time. He begins to resent the mirror that demands perfection. Seneca must have sensed the shift in the air, the way a sailor senses a drop in pressure before the storm. He saw Nero's gaze drifting away from the boring files of state toward the glittering allure of excess. He saw the way the emperor looked at his stepbrother, Britannicus, not with the brotherly love he performed in public, but with a cold, reptilian calculation. The mercy was real, but it was fragile because it was based on the emperor's mood, and moods change. The quinquennium was not a systemic change. It was a pause. It was a beautiful, mesmerizing magic trick performed by Seneca, who kept the audience looking at the shiny object, the clemency, while the real machinery of autocracy continued to grind away in the dark. The tragedy of Seneca's position was that he had to believe his own lie. He had to believe that the mask could become the face. He wrote De Clementia, not just for Nero, but for himself, to prove that his life's work, bringing philosophy to power, was not a fool's errand. But as the year 55 AD turned toward winter, the mirror began to crack. The innocence Seneca praised was about to be stained by a sin that no amount of philosophical polish could hide. The boy who wished he had never learned to write was about to start writing his name in blood. The good emperor was taking a bow, and the monster was waiting in the wings for his cue. The first drop of poison always tastes the sweetest because it is disguised as a cure for fear. By the early months of 55 AD, the Golden Age was still shining on the surface. But deep in the bedrock of the palace, a fault line was snapping. The tension between Nero and Agrippina had moved beyond political maneuvering into a raw, primal struggle for survival. Agrippina, realizing her influence was slipping away to the tutors, Seneca and Burrus, played her final, most dangerous card. She began to lavish affection on her stepson, Britannicus. The boy was now nearing his 14th birthday, the age of manhood in Rome. He was the biological son of Claudius, the legitimate heir whom Agrippina had pushed aside to crown her own child. By suddenly championing him, she was sending a terrifying message to Nero. I put you on the throne, and I can take you off it. She reportedly shouted through the palace corridors that she would take Britannicus to the Praetorian camp and let the soldiers decide between the daughter of Germanicus and her crippled usurping son. It was a threat that turned the emperor's blood to ice. Nero looked at Britannicus and no longer saw a shy, awkward stepbrother. He saw a walking death sentence. The response was not a public trial or a decree of exile. That would have been too messy, too reminiscent of the bad old days. Nero decided to solve the problem with the quiet efficiency of a household accident. He turned to the same dark expert his mother had used to kill Claudius, Locusta, the poisoner. History tells us that Nero was impatient. The first dose she brewed was too weak, merely giving Britannicus a bout of diarrhea. Nero, enraged, reportedly beat the woman with his own hands and ordered her to brew a toxin so potent it would kill swifter than a viper. He made her test it on a goat, which died after 5 hours, and then on a pig, which died instantly. Satisfied, he prepared for a dinner party. It is a chilling image. The 17-year-old emperor, fresh from his lessons on clemency with Seneca, overseeing the boiling of poisons in a back room of the palace. It suggests that the mask of sanity was not just slipping, it was being torn off. The scene of the murder is one of the most vivid and disturbing tableaus in Roman history. It took place during a banquet, the air thick with the smell of roasted meats and heavy wine. Seneca was there, Burrus was there, Agrippina was there, and, of course, Britannicus. The boy was seated at a separate table for the younger nobility, as was the custom. A food taster checked everything he ate and drank. But Nero's plan was devilishly clever. Britannicus was served a cup of wine that was harmless but scaldingly hot. The taster tasted it. Safe. Britannicus, finding it too hot, asked for it to be cooled. Cold water was added. The poison was in the water. The boy took a single drink. Within seconds, his throat seized. He lost his voice, then his breath. He collapsed from his couch, convulsing on the marble floor. The room went silent. The music stopped. The guests, hardened Roman aristocrats, froze in their seats, their eyes darting from the writhing boy to the emperor. Agrippina's reaction was the most telling. Tacitus writes that terror and confusion flashed across her face, for she knew no more of the plot than did Britannicus's own sister. In that moment, she realized she had lost. Her son had outmaneuvered her in the art of murder. But it is Nero's reaction that chills the blood. He did not stand up. He did not call for a doctor. He reclined on his couch, casually looking at his dying stepbrother, and told the guests not to worry. "It is just a fit of epilepsy," he said, his voice calm, perhaps even bored. "He has had them since childhood. His sight and senses will return shortly." And here is where the tragedy of Seneca truly deepens. Seneca sat there, the man who had written on anger, who had preached that a ruler must be a father to his people, sat and watched a 14-year-old boy die in agony. He knew it wasn't epilepsy. Everyone in the room knew. But Seneca said nothing. He did not rise in protest. He did not storm out. He stayed in his seat, lightly staring at his cup, maintaining the facade. In that silence, the philosopher died and the courtier took over. It was the moment of his great moral compromise. He had traded the life of Britannicus for the stability of the empire. If he had spoken up, he would have been dead before desert. By staying silent, he preserved his influence, his ability to guide Nero in other matters, his greater good. But the cost was his soul. He had become an accomplice to fratricide. Britannicus died within minutes. His body, already turning blotchy and black from the toxin, was hurriedly carried out. The rain that night was torrential, a violent storm that the Romans interpreted as the weeping of the gods. The funeral was hasty, almost insultingly so. No speeches, no procession, just a quick cremation in the pouring rain. Legend says the rain was so heavy it washed the gypsum paint off the corpse's face, revealing the blackened skin underneath to the few onlookers, exposing the crime for all to see. Whether true or myth, the symbolism is perfect. The elements themselves were refusing to hide Nero's sin. In the days that followed, the Golden Age resumed as if nothing had happened. Nero distributed massive gifts, estates, palaces, heaps of gold, to the leading men of Rome, including, presumably, Seneca and Burrus. It was blood money, a bribe to buy their silence, and they took it. Seneca continued to govern, he continued to write, but the tone of his work began to shift. The optimism of De Clementia faded. He began to write more about the fickleness of fortune, about the dangers of the court, about the necessity of preparing for death. He was no longer writing to inspire a young prince. He was writing to comfort himself. He had looked into the mirror he built for Nero and seen a monster staring back. Historians still argue about Seneca's internal state during this time. Was he racked with guilt? Or was he a pragmatist who believed that Britannicus, had he lived, would have caused a civil war? A civil war would cost thousands of lives. One poisoned cup cost only one. It is the cold calculus of political utilitarianism. Better one man die for the people, as the saying goes. But for a Stoic who believes that virtue is the only good and vice the only evil, this was a catastrophe. Seneca had participated in a vice. He was tainted. The death of Britannicus broke the deadlock between Nero and Agrippina, but not in the way she had hoped. Instead of cowing Nero, it liberated him. He realized he could kill a member of the imperial family, and the sky would not fall. The Senate would not revolt. His tutors would not leave. He was untouchable. He stripped Agrippina of her honors. He took away her German bodyguard. He forced her to move out of the imperial palace and into a smaller residence in the city. When he visited her, he brought soldiers and stayed only for a few minutes, treating her like a dangerous foreign diplomat rather than a mother. The spider had been defanged, but a defanged spider is still venomous, and Agrippina sat in her smaller house, seething, watching the son she had created turn into a stranger. She began to write her memoirs, a book of secrets that would expose every crime of the dynasty. It was a weapon of last resort. For Seneca, the air in the palace had changed permanently. The smell of fear was back. He and Burrus were no longer the masters of the house. They were the janitors, cleaning up the messes of a volatile young god. They had managed to keep the peace for the empire, but the peace of the palace was shattered. They realized, with a sinking dread, that the murder of Britannicus was not an ending, but a beginning. The training wheels of morality had been smashed. Nero had tasted the ultimate power, the power over life and death within his own family, and he found it sweet. The slow camera of history lingers on Seneca's face in the flickering lamplight of his study, perhaps trying to write a sentence about virtue, his hand hovering over the paper, unable to find the words. The ink was wet, but the page remained blank. The philosopher knew that from this point on, he was not guiding a student, he was surviving him. The silence that followed the death of Britannicus was not peace. It was the heavy, pressurized stillness of a gladiator arena before the final kill. Rome had returned to business as usual. The grain ships docked, the courts convened, the fountains splashed in the winter sun. But inside the Palatine, the air was toxic. The war between Nero and Agrippina had moved from a political dispute to a psychological siege. Agrippina, stripped of her German bodyguards and evicted from the imperial residence, sat in her smaller house in the city like a deposed queen plotting a counter-coup. She was not a woman who accepted defeat. She was the great-granddaughter of Augustus, and she possessed a resilience that was terrifying. She began to hold her own court, gathering the disgruntled, the ambitious, and the cast-offs of the new regime. She wrote her memoirs, a scrolling papyrus of secrets that threatened to expose the rotting foundations of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Every stroke of her pen was a potential dagger aimed at her son's reputation. Nero knew this. Seneca knew this. The best of mothers had become the worst of enemies. Into this volatile chemical mix was added a new catalyst, a woman whose ambition rivaled Agrippina's own, Poppaea Sabina. If Seneca was the voice of Nero's conscience, Poppaea was the voice of his desire. She was older than Nero, stunningly beautiful, and possessed of a wit that was as sharp as a razor. Ancient historians, particularly Tacitus, describe her with a mix of fascination and horror, noting that she possessed every asset except a good soul. She was currently married to Nero's friend Otho, a future emperor himself, but she had her eyes on the ultimate prize. She saw in Nero a man-child who could be molded, not by lectures on virtue, but by flattery and passion. She began to whisper in his ear, whispers that were far more exciting than Seneca's dry sermons. She mocked his subservience to his mother. "Are you a Caesar?" she might have teased, running a finger along his jawline. "Or are you still a little boy afraid of mommy?" It was a lethal question. It struck at the very heart of Nero's insecurity. Poppaea understood what Seneca, with all his wisdom, sometimes missed. To control a narcissist, you don't appeal to his morality, you appeal to his ego. The struggle between Agrippina and Poppaea was a war of queens, and Nero was the battlefield. Agrippina fought back with a desperation that bordered on madness. The historical sources drift into the scandalous here, with accounts that are difficult to verify but impossible to ignore. Tacitus and Suetonius report that Agrippina, seeing her influence waning, attempted the unthinkable. She tried to seduce her own son. They describe scenes where she would appear at midday banquets, dressed in diaphanous robes, ready to offer him the one thing Poppaea could not, the ultimate taboo, the consolidation of the bloodline through incest. Historians still argue whether these accounts are factual or merely the propaganda of her enemies, designed to make her murder seem justifiable. But the fact that such rumors were even credible in Rome tells us everything we need to know about the atmosphere of the court. It was a snake pit. Seneca found himself in the impossible position of the referee in a knife fight. He had to prevent the emperor from committing incest, if the rumors were true, without pushing him toward a matricide. He reportedly used the Freedwoman Act as a shield, instructing her to intercept Nero, to distract him, to warn him that the army would never tolerate a leader who slept with his mother. It was a frantic, undignified scrambling. The philosopher who wrote about the calm of the cosmos was now managing the bedroom logistics of a dysfunctional family. He must have felt the dirt accumulating on his soul. Every day was a negotiation with disaster. He was trying to keep the machinery of the state running, appointing honest governors, balancing the budget, while the head of state was spiraling into a psychosexual crisis. The tension began to manifest in Nero's behavior. He became jumpy, paranoid. He stopped visiting his mother entirely, terrified of her piercing gaze. He began to see her hand in every shadow. If a tile fell from a roof, it was an assassination attempt orchestrated by Agrippina. If a fire broke out, she lit it. He was haunted by her. She was the one person who knew him before he was a god, the one person who remembered him as a clumsy, stuttering boy. As long as she lived, he could never truly be the supreme ruler of the world. He would always be Agrippina's son. Poppaea, sensing the opening, pressed harder. She told him that Agrippina was not just annoying, she was dangerous. She claimed the empress mother was plotting a coup, that she had the loyalty of the old guard, that she was planning to replace him with a designated husband, perhaps a descendant of Augustus, like Rubellius Plautus. She will not stop, Poppaea whispered. It is her or you. Seneca and Burrus watched this escalation with a growing sense of dread. They were losing the ear of the emperor. The lectures on clemency were gathering dust. Nero was no longer interested in being the good emperor. He wanted to be the free emperor. And freedom, in his mind, meant a world without Agrippina. The tutors found themselves in a bind. If they defended Agrippina, they risked being accused of treason themselves. If they helped Nero, they became monsters. So they did what bureaucrats often do. They stalled. They tried to minimize the conflict, to smooth over the insults, to buy time. But time acts differently for a philosopher than it does for a tyrant. For Seneca, time was a river to be observed. For Nero, it was a fuse burning down. There is a grim absurdity to the schemes Nero began to entertain. He didn't want to just execute her. That would turn her into a martyr. He wanted an accident. He wanted fate to take the blame. He spent nights brainstorming with his darker advisors, men like Anatitus, his childhood tutor, who hated Agrippina with a passion. They discussed poison, too obvious, and she carried antidotes. They discussed a ceiling collapse, too hard to rig. They discussed a stabbing disguised as a robbery. The palace became a workshop of death. Seneca, walking the halls with his scrolls, must have heard the murmurs, the stifled laughter, the hushed conversations that stopped abruptly when he entered a room. He was the old man now, the relic of a moral age that had passed. He was still useful for writing speeches and managing the grain supply, but he was no longer the keeper of the emperor's soul. That position was vacant, and the demons were moving in. By the early spring of 59 AD, the decision had hardened. Nero could not breathe the same air as his mother. The festival of Quincatria was approaching, a celebration of Minerva held at the seaside resort of Baiae. It was a time of feasting, of relaxation, of beautiful boats on the Bay of Naples. It was the perfect setting for a reconciliation or a trap. Nero sent a letter to his mother. It was a masterpiece of deception, likely not written by Seneca this time, but by the emperor's own cunning. He apologized. He wrote that children should be indulgent of their parents' tempers. He invited her to join him at Baiae, to bury the hatchet, to share a feast. Agrippina, usually so sharp, so suspicious, lowered her guard. Perhaps she wanted to believe him. Perhaps she thought she had won. Or perhaps she simply underestimated the extent of his corruption. She accepted the invitation. Seneca remained in Rome, or perhaps at his country estate, while the court moved south to the coast. He was not invited to the party. He likely felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. Relief to be away from the toxic mother-son dynamic, but anxiety because he knew that when Nero went off script, people died. He sat in his library, surrounded by the busts of Socrates and Zeno, trying to write about the tranquility of the mind. But the wind blowing from the south carried the scent of salt and impending doom. The battle of wills was over. The Cold War was about to turn hot. The sun had decided that the only way to become a man was to kill the woman who gave him life, and the philosopher, miles away, could do nothing but wait for the messenger who would bring the news that would shatter the last remnants of his integrity. The stage was set at Baiae. The actors were in place. The ship was ready. The night of the murder was insulted by its own beauty. Tacitus tells us that the gods provided a sky filled with glittering stars and a sea as calm as a mirror, as if to deny the conspirators the cover of darkness they so desperately needed. It was late March 59 AD, during the festival of Minerva. The Bay of Naples, usually alive with the songs of drunk revelers and the splashing of oars, had fallen into a hush. At the imperial villa in Baiae, the reconciliation dinner was coming to an end. Nero had played the part of the devoted son to perfection, placing Agrippina in the seat of honor, speaking to her with a warmth that likely brought tears to the eyes of the onlookers. He held her hand. He kissed her eyes. When it was time for her to return to her own villa across the water, he walked her down to the dock, clinging to her, delaying the departure. Was it the final hesitation of a boy about to kill his mother, or the final performance of a sociopath, ensuring the audience saw his love? He guided her toward the ship that had been prepared for her, a vessel that looked magnificent, painted and gilded, but which concealed a mechanism of death designed by the freedman Anicetus. It was a stage prop, a boat built to fall apart at the pull of a lever, intended to crush the empress under a lead-weighted canopy and dump her body into the sea, allowing Nero to blame the winds and the waves. Agrippina boarded. The rowers pushed off. The gap between the ship and the dock widened, a black strip of water that signaled the point of no return. Nero stood on the shore, watching the lantern on her mast recede into the darkness, waiting for the scream, or perhaps the silence. The ship moved out into the bay. Then, at the signal, the roof of the cabin, weighted with immense slabs of lead, came crashing down. But chaos is a clumsy architect. The mechanism jammed. The roof did not fall completely. The sides of the high couch where Agrippina was resting protected her from the crushing weight. She was trapped, but alive. The crew, realizing the plan had failed, tried to capsize the boat by leaning to one side, but in the confusion, they only managed to slide her gently into the water. In the darkness, Agrippina's maid, foolishly thinking it would save her, cried out, "Help me! I am the Empress Mother." The crew, armed with poles and oars, bludgeoned the woman to death in the water. Agrippina, seeing this, understood everything in a flash of terrifying clarity. This was no accident. She went silent. She submerged, holding her breath, diving away from the thrashing oars. She was the daughter of Germanicus, a woman who had swum the Rhine. She would not drown in a calm bay. She swam towards the lights of the shore, wounded in the shoulder, but propelled by a cold, furious will to survive. Back in the villa, Nero was pacing, waiting for the news of a tragic shipwreck. Instead, a messenger arrived with the worst possible report. The Empress was alive. She had made it to shore. She was in her villa, resting, surrounded by her servants. She had sent a message saying she was recovering from a slight accident and wished not to be disturbed. Nero collapsed. The mask of the emperor dissolved, leaving a terrified child. He knew his mother. He knew that her silence was not forgiveness. It was the gathering of a storm. She would go to the army. She would go to the Senate. She would expose him. He cried out that she would be here any minute, armed with the fury of the Furies. In his panic, he did the only thing he knew to do. He summoned his adults. Seneca and Burrus were dragged from their beds and brought to the palace in the dead of night. They found the Emperor of Rome trembling, babbling about his mother's vengeance. He told them what he had done. He told them it had failed. He asked them what to do. What followed was perhaps the most heavy, damning silence in the history of the Roman Empire. Tacitus records it as a long silence. Seneca looked at Burrus. Burrus looked at the floor. Both men realized they were trapped. If they advised Nero to stop, Agrippina would live, and Nero would likely be deposed or killed. If they advised him to continue, they were authorizing matricide. They were the guardians of the state, the men of virtue and discipline, and they were standing in a room with a botched murder, being asked to finish it. Finally, Seneca spoke. It was a question, not a statement, and he directed it to Burrus. He asked quietly if the Praetorian Guard could be ordered to kill her. It was a deflection, a way to pass the sword to the soldier. Burrus, the rough Gaul, shook his head. He knew his men. They were loyal to the house of Caesars, and Agrippina was the daughter of their beloved General Germanicus. "The guard will not touch her," Burrus said. He then looked at Nero and nodded toward Anicetus, the architect of the failed boat. "Let the man who began this finish it." It was a death sentence, signed by a nod. Seneca did not object. In that moment, the philosopher who wrote that a wise man is harmless to his enemies gave his tacit consent to the murder of a mother. He had weighed the life of one woman against the stability of the regime, and he had chosen the regime. Or perhaps, more simply, he chose his own survival. Anicetus took a squad of sailors, men with no loyalty to the bloodline, and marched to Agrippina's villa. The scene there was one of mounting dread. The crowds that had gathered to celebrate her rescue were dispersed by soldiers. The lights in the villa were extinguished one by one. Agrippina sat in her bedroom, listening to the heavy tread of sandals in the hall, watching her last servant flee. The door burst open, and Acetus entered, flanked by 2 officers. Agrippina drew herself up on her couch. She did not plead. She looked at the men with a disdain that could cut glass. When they drew their swords, she tore open her robe, exposing her abdomen, the body that had carried the monster who sent them. "Smite my womb," she commanded. It was her final act of defiance, a physical reminder of the unnaturalness of the crime. They struck. She died under a flurry of blows, her blood staining the sheets of the bed she had once hoped to share with power. Meanwhile, Nero waited. When the news came that she was dead, he did not feel relief. He felt a sudden, crushing horror. The reality of the act settled on him. He had killed his mother. The Furies, the ancient spirits of vengeance who punish those who spill familial blood, began to scream in his mind. He refused to look at the body at first. Then, in a strange fugue state, he went to see her. Some sources say he praised her beauty, commenting on her figure as if she were a statue, a dissociation so complete it borders on madness. But Seneca was not looking at the body. He was looking at the wreckage of his own philosophy. He had to go to his desk and write the letter that would explain this to the Senate. He had to craft the lie. The letter Seneca wrote is often considered the low point of his life. In it, he claimed that Agrippina had sent an assassin to kill Nero, and upon being caught, had committed suicide out of guilt. He painted the victim as the villain, the mother as the traitor. He used his rhetorical brilliance, the gift that had once dazzled the courts, to justify the unjustifiable. When the letter was read in the Senate, the senators voted thanksgivings to the gods. They celebrated the emperor's deliverance. But they knew, everyone knew. Men whispered in the streets. Graffiti appeared on the walls of Rome, comparing Nero to Orestes and Alcmaeon, the mythical matricides. They made jokes about the diving empress. Seneca had saved Nero's throne, but he had lost the respect of the moral minority. He was no longer the sage. He was the spin doctor for a murderer. In the weeks that followed, Seneca likely walked through his gardens, looking at the statues of the Stoic masters, Zeno, Chrysippus, Cleanthes, and wondered if they were judging him. He had preached that the wise man is free because he fears nothing. But Seneca was afraid. He was afraid of the chaos that would ensue if Nero fell. He was afraid of the boy he had helped raise. He had stayed in the palace to moderate Nero, to prevent the worst, but he had ended up facilitating the absolute worst. The quinquennium was officially dead. The partnership was broken. Burrus was a shell of himself, staring at his hands as if they were stained. And Nero realized that if he could kill his mother and get away with it, he could do anything. The boundaries of reality had been severed. He was free. And a free Nero was a terrifying thing. Seneca realized he was now riding a tiger. He couldn't get off, and he couldn't steer. He could only hold on and wait for the teeth. The morning after a murder is always quieter than one expects, as if the world is holding its breath to see if the sun will dare to rise on such a sin. For Seneca, the dawn brought no relief, only a task that felt heavier than the stones of the Appian Way. He sat at his desk in the imperial palace, a roll of pristine papyrus unfurled before him, a reed pen in his hand. The ink was black, thick, and permanent. His job was simple. He had to explain to the Roman Senate and to history why the emperor's mother was dead. He had to turn a clumsy, brutal execution into an act of patriotic necessity. He had to turn a matricide into a tyrannicide. This was the moment where the philosopher died and the ghostwriter was born. Seneca was no longer the man who wrote, "On the shortness of life," he was the man ensuring the shortness of truth. He dipped the pen, the hand that had written so eloquently about the sanctity of the soul, now moved to desecrate the memory of a mother. It was the ultimate test of his rhetorical training, to make the worse argument appear the better. He began to write, not with the fire of inspiration, but with the cold, mechanical precision of a lawyer defending a guilty client he knows he cannot save, but must acquit. The narrative he constructed was a masterpiece of deception. He did not deny the death. That was impossible. Instead, he reframed the context. He wrote that Agrippina had been the architect of a coup, that she had sent an assassin with a weapon to the emperor's bedroom. He claimed that when the plot was discovered, she had taken her own life in a fit of guilty despair. It was a lie so bold, it was almost breathtaking. It took the victim and made her the villain. It took the clumsy, failed shipwreck and the brutal bludgeoning in the bedroom and smoothed them over with the varnish of state security. Seneca argued that Nero had not killed a mother. He had saved Rome from a tyrant in a stola. He listed her crimes, her ambition, her cruelty, her dominance during the reign of Claudius. He reminded the Senate of how she had sat on the tribunal, how she had humiliated them. He was appealing to their misogyny and their fear. He was telling them, "You hated her, didn't you? Well, she's gone. Don't ask how, just be grateful." When the letter was finished, it was sent to the Senate House. Seneca did not read it himself. He let the words stand alone, a disembodied voice of authority. The scene in the Curia was a study in collective cowardice. The senators listened as the quaestor read the lies. They knew. Every man in that room, from the lowest backbencher to the highest consul, knew that Agrippina had been murdered by her son. They had heard the rumors from the sailors. They had seen the movements of the guard. But fear is a powerful editor. As the reading concluded, a silence hung in the dusty air, a silence that begged to be filled with outrage, but was instead filled with applause. One by one, the grandees of Rome rose to praise Nero's deliverance. They voted for thanksgivings to be offered at all the shrines. They voted for annual games to celebrate the discovery of the conspiracy. They competed with one another to see who could debase themselves the most, who could swallow the lie with the widest smile. But there was one crack in the facade, one moment of silent rebellion that Seneca must have watched with a mixture of envy and shame. A senator named Paetus, a grim, principled Stoic of the old school, the kind of man Seneca used to want to be, listened to the motion of congratulations. He did not speak. He did not argue. He simply stood up, gathered his toga, and walked out of the Senate House. It was a quiet exit, the sound of his sandals on the marble echoing like a thunderclap in the room of sycophants. By leaving, he was screaming. He was saying, "I will not be part of this." Seneca stayed. He sat in his place, the author of the lie, watching the honest man leave. That moment must have haunted him more than the murder itself. Paetus had chosen danger and dignity. Seneca had chosen safety and shame. The ghostwriter had successfully saved the emperor, but he had erased himself. Nero, meanwhile, was still in Campania, terrified to return to Rome. He expected the people to rise up. He expected the Furies to descend. But when the news came from Seneca that the Senate had cheered, that the people were celebrating, Nero realized something that changed him forever. There were no Furies. There was no divine punishment. He had killed the one person in the world who could tell him no. And the sky had not fallen. In fact, the world was applauding. He returned to Rome not as a penitent, but as a conqueror. The crowds, bribed with festive games and relieved that the controlling mother was gone, lined the streets. They cheered for the matricide. Nero rode a chariot through the city, wearing the robes of a triumph usually reserved for defeating foreign kings. He ascended the Capitol and paid homage to the gods, a grotesque piece of theater where the killer thanked the heavens for his survival. Seneca walked in the procession, a shadow in the bright sun. He had won the political battle. The regime was stable. The civil war had been averted. But the cost was the total moral bankruptcy of the administration. He and Burrus were no longer partners in power. They were accomplices in crime. The dynamic in the palace shifted instantly. Nero no longer needed to listen to them. He had seen their weakness. He knew that when push came to shove, the great philosopher would bend the truth to save his neck, and the great soldier would sheath his sword to keep his rank. They had lost their moral leverage. They were just employees now. The quinquennium was not just over. It was being dismantled brick by brick. Nero began to surround himself with new friends, charioteers, actors, flatterers, who told him that his voice was divine and his whims were law. Seneca tried to pivot. He tried to retreat into his inner citadel. He wrote profusely during this time, perhaps as a way to scrub the ink of the lie from his hands. He wrote about the nature of benefits, about the importance of gratitude, about the need for a quiet mind. But there is a frantic, defensive tone to some of these writings. He is arguing with himself. He writes, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Was he thinking of Nero's insatiable hunger, or his own inability to walk away from the table? He was a man trapped in a golden room, the door locked from the outside by his own ambition. He began to donate large sums to the rebuilding of Rome, trying to buy back his virtue with sestertii. But charity is a poor soap for blood. The ghost of Agrippina did not vanish. She lingered in the palace, not as a spectre, but as an absence. The restraint she had imposed was gone. Nero began to indulge in his Greek passions more openly. He wanted to race chariots in public. He wanted to sing on the stage. These were acts that, to a Roman conservative, were more scandalous than murder. Murder was a manly crime. Singing was a slavish vice. Seneca and Burrus spent their days trying to limit the damage, bargaining with the emperor. Race in the Vatican Valley, where no one can see you. Sing for your friends, not the mob. They were reduced to managing the PR of a celebrity emperor. The grandeur of their initial mission, to create a Plato's Republic, had dissolved into the petty work of keeping a rock star out of the tabloids. And yet Seneca stayed. Why? Historians still argue. Was it fear? Was it greed? Or was it the belief that he was the only thing standing between Rome and total chaos? If I leave, he might have reasoned, who will stop him from killing the next person and the next? It is the classic dilemma of the good bureaucrat in a bad regime. By staying to prevent the worst, you enable the bad. Seneca was the dam holding back the flood, but the water was rising and the dam was cracking. He knew that eventually the water would win. He looked at Burrus, whose health was failing, likely from stress or perhaps a broken heart, and saw his own future. The ghostwriter had written the script for the second act of Nero's reign, but he knew, with a tragic certainty, that he would not be allowed to write the ending. The pen was running dry, and the sword was being sharpened again. The good years were a memory. The years of the monster had begun. The drift began, not with a crash, but with a melody. With Agrippina gone, the last barrier to Nero's true nature had been removed, and the emperor did not rush toward tyranny with a sword in his hand, but with a lyre. The year 59 AD dissolved into a surreal festival of self-indulgence that historians call the Juvenalia, or the Games of Youth. For Seneca, this was a different kind of nightmare than the bloodshed of the previous months. Bloodshed he could understand. It was the brutal currency of Roman politics. But this was farce. Nero announced that he wanted to shave his first beard, a Roman rite of passage. But instead of a solemn family ceremony, he turned it into a national holiday. He put the hair in a gold box studded with pearls and dedicated it to Jupiter, while the entire city was forced to celebrate. And then came the performances. Nero wanted to sing. He wanted to race chariots. To a modern ear, a leader with artistic hobbies sounds harmless, perhaps even humanizing. But to the Roman elite, a performing emperor was a monstrosity. An actor was a person of low status, barely above a prostitute, someone who sold their body and voice for the pleasure of others. For the master of the world, to stand on a stage and beg for applause was a subversion of the entire social order. It was undignified. It was Greek. It was shameful. Seneca and Burrus found themselves in the humiliating position of stage managers to a royal variety show. They could no longer stop the river, so they tried to dig canals to divert it. If you must sing, they advised, likely with gritted teeth, do it in private. Do it for the court, not the mob. Nero agreed at first. He constructed a private circus in the Vatican Valley, away from the prying eyes of the plebs. But privacy was not what Nero craved. He craved adulation. He invited select guests. Then he invited the knights. Then the people. Soon, the private games were the hottest ticket in Rome. Seneca stood in the wings, watching the Emperor of Rome, the student he had raised to be the new Augustus, sweating in a charioteer's tunic, covered in dust, beaming as the crowd chanted his name. It was a victory for Nero, but a defeat for everything Seneca stood for. The philosopher realized he was no longer the advisor to a statesman. He was the handler of a celebrity. The drift deepened. To normalize his own behavior, Nero began to force elderly, distinguished senators to perform alongside him. Imagine the scene. Men of 70, men who had commanded legions and governed provinces, forced to wobble onto a stage and recite poetry or play the flute while the emperor watched, smiling. It was a calculated humiliation, a way of breaking the dignity of the old aristocracy. Seneca was spared the stage, perhaps out of respect for his age or his precarious health, but he was forced to applaud. And in that applause, his soul eroded a little more. He was living in a burning house, but the fire was invisible. It was a fire of excess that was consuming the moral fibers of the state. The treasury, once carefully managed, began to hemorrhage money. Nero built extravagant gymnasiums, held endless feasts, and showered gifts on his claque. The organized groups of young men paid to cheer for him. During these months, Seneca's physical presence in the palace began to feel like a haunting. He was still the amicus principis, but the conversations had changed. Nero no longer asked about justice or geography. He asked about acoustics and horse breeding. Seneca began to withdraw, inch by inch. He spent more time in his gardens, more time with his wife Paulina, more time with his books. He began to write On Benefits, De Beneficis, a complex work about the nature of giving and receiving. It reads like a man trying to untangle the web of obligation he is trapped in. He asks, when does a gift become a bribe? When does gratitude become slavery? He was trying to figure out if he could still be a good man while living on the emperor's payroll. He was wrestling with the golden handcuffs he had forged for himself. The atmosphere in Rome was becoming feverish. The Augustiani, a new clique of sycophants, young men with oiled hair and sharp tongues, were rising. They mocked Seneca's old-fashioned stoicism. They called him a pedant and a schoolmaster. The most dangerous of these new voices was Euphonius Tigellinus, a man who makes the villains of fiction look subtle. Tigellinus was a horse breeder, a man of low birth and lower morals, who understood Nero's darker appetites perfectly. He didn't try to curb the emperor, he pressed the accelerator. He whispered that Seneca and Burrus were jealous, that they were holding Nero back, that they were the nannies of a man who was ready to run free. Seneca saw Tigellinus not just as a rival, but as a harbinger. He knew that when men like Tigellinus rise, men like Seneca must fall. It is the law of political gravity. Yet, there were moments of strange, suspended grace. In the evenings, away from the noise of the palace, Seneca would write. He was beginning to formulate the letters that would become his masterpiece, the Epistulae Morales. In these letters, he speaks to a friend, Lucilius, but he is really speaking to himself and to us. He writes about the noise of the city, the sweating and panting of the athletes in the stadium, and contrasts it with the quiet of the soul. He writes about the practice of death, urging Lucilius to rehearse the end so that it will not be terrifying. We die every day, he wrote. For every day, a little of our life is taken from us. It was not just philosophy, it was autobiography. Seneca felt his own life being taken, slice by slice, by the compromises of his position. He was watching his own slow spiritual death. The empire, strangely, continued to function. The roads were safe. The borders were secure. The momentum of the bureaucracy that Seneca had built was strong enough to keep the machine running, even without a driver. But the soul of the state, that concept Seneca had tried so hard to instill in Nero, was gone. The emperor was now a performer, and the empire was his audience. The danger of a performing emperor is that he eventually needs a bigger finale. A song is not enough. A race is not enough. He needs a spectacle. Seneca, observing the growing restlessness of his former pupil, must have feared what form that spectacle would take. He felt the heat rising in the house. He checked the exits. But in 59 and 60 AD, he was not yet ready to leave. He was still the brake on the chariot, worn down to the nub, screeching against the wheel, but holding on. He was waiting for the final snap, the moment when the last adult would leave the room. And that moment was coming, not with a bang, but with a cough. Burrus, the soldier, the other half of the dam holding back the flood, was getting sick. And when the soldier falls, the philosopher stands alone against the sword. The year 62 AD arrived not with the freshness of spring, but with the heavy, stagnant air of a sick room. For Seneca, the atmosphere of the palace had changed from a battlefield into a waiting room for death. The duumvirate, the partnership of the soldier and the philosopher that had governed the world for 8 years, was about to be severed. Sextus Afranius Burrus, the Praetorian prefect, the man whose rough Gaulish hand had held the sword while Seneca held the pen, was dying. It started as a swelling in the throat, a tumor or an abscess that made it difficult for the old soldier to breathe. But in Nero's room, even biology was suspect. Whispers began to circulate, slithering through the colonnades, that the illness was not natural. Tacitus reports the dark rumor that Nero, feigning concern, had sent his personal physicians to treat Burrus, and that their remedy was not a salve, but a swab of poison painted onto the open sores of the throat. Whether it was cancer or the emperor's chemistry set is a debate historians still have, but the result was the same. Burrus knew he was finished. When Nero came to visit his bedside, performing the role of the grieving friend, Burrus turned his face to the wall. When the emperor asked how he was feeling, the soldier replied with a single Stoic word: "Ego me bene habeo." With me, all is well. It was a dismissal. It was a soldier telling his commander that he was checking out of a corrupt unit. The death of Burrus was a catastrophe for Seneca. Standing at the funeral pyre, watching the smoke rise into the Roman sky, Seneca must have felt a cold wind hitting his back, the kind of chill you feel when a wall that has sheltered you for a decade suddenly collapses. Burrus had been his shield. He was the blunt force that backed up Seneca's subtle logic. Without him, Seneca was just an old man with a lot of money and a lot of opinions that the emperor no longer wanted to hear. The balance of power, which had been tilting for years, now crashed completely. Nero did not mourn. He replaced, and the replacement was a declaration of war on virtue. To fill Burrus's command, Nero appointed 2 men. One was Fahinius Rufus, a popular but weak bureaucrat. The other was Aphonius Tigellinus. If Burrus was the good cop, Tigellinus was the criminal. He was a man of low birth and lower character, a former breeder of racehorses who had clawed his way up through the underworld of Rome's vices. He was cruel, he was ambitious, and he hated Seneca. Tigellinus understood exactly what Nero wanted. He didn't want a tutor. He wanted an accomplice. He didn't want someone to tell him no. He wanted someone to say, "Why not?" With Tigellinus whispering in his ear, Nero's paranoia found a new target. The new prefect insinuated that Seneca was not just annoying, but dangerous. "He is too rich," Tigellinus would hiss. "His gardens rival the emperor's. He claims all the credit for your eloquence. He mocks your singing. He thinks he is the real ruler of Rome." These were the words Nero had been waiting to hear. They validated his resentment. They turned his teacher into his rival. Seneca saw the sharks circling. The Augustiani and the sycophants began to attack him openly in the court. They criticized his philosophy as hypocrisy. How can a Stoic be worth 300 million sestertii? They asked. It was a fair question, and one that Seneca struggled to answer even in his own writings. He was the wealthiest private citizen in the empire, owning estates in Italy, Spain, and Egypt. The discrepancy between his praise of poverty and his bank account became the weapon used to bludgeon him. Seneca realized that his wealth was no longer a cushion. It was a target. Every villa he owned was a reason for Nero to kill him and confiscate the property. The isolation was total. In the Senate, men who had once sought Seneca's favor now avoided his gaze, afraid that guilt by association was contagious. In the palace, the doors that used to open for him now remained shut. He was left alone in the vast, echoing halls of power, a relic of a bygone era. He must have looked at the young emperor, now 24, bloated with indulgence, his eyes hard and classy, and realized that the boy he had tried to mold into a philosopher king had become a tyrant actor. The experiment had failed. The quinquennium was a distant memory. The reality now was Tigellinus, the Praetorian Guard, and a list of enemies that was growing longer by the day. Seneca knew he had to act. He could not fight Tigellinus. He had no soldiers. He could not fight Nero. He had no lineage. His only option was retreat. He had to negotiate his own exit before he was pushed out of a window. He began to prepare his arguments, rehearsing the speech he would give to Nero. It would be the most important speech of his life. Not a defense of the state, but a plea for his own survival. He would offer Nero everything: his money, his estates, his power. He would ask for only one thing in return: permission to disappear. He wanted to go back to his books. He wanted to be the exile again, not by decree, but by choice. He wanted to trade the gilded cage for a simple life, hoping that if he made himself small enough, the monster would forget he existed. But in Rome, you do not simply resign from the mafia. You do not hand in your badge and walk away from the emperor. Knowledge is the ultimate liability. Seneca knew where the bodies were buried, quite literally. He knew about the poison in Britannicus's cup. He knew about the mechanism of Agrippina's boat. He knew the secrets of the dynasty. A man with that much knowledge is never truly allowed to retire. He is only allowed to die. As Seneca walked through his lavish gardens, for perhaps the last time as a master of the world, looking at the fountains he had built and the trees he had planted, he must have felt the heavy irony of his success. He had won the game of power so completely that he could not stop playing. He was a prisoner of his own victory. The death of Burrus was not just the end of a friend. It was the beginning of the end for Seneca. The buffer was gone. The philosopher was alone in the ring with the lion, and the lion was hungry. The scene of Seneca's attempted resignation is a masterclass in high-stakes diplomatic theater, performed in the intimate setting of the imperial audience chamber. It is 62 AD. Seneca, now in his mid-60s, weary and aware that the sharks are circling, requests a private audience with Nero. He enters not as the commanding tutor of the past, but as a supplicant. He knows that Tigellinus and the sycophants have been poisoning the emperor's ear, whispering that Seneca's wealth is an insult to the crown. Seneca decides to preempt the accusation. He will not wait to be robbed. He will offer the loot as a gift. He begins his speech, preserved for us, or at least reconstructed by the historian Tacitus, with a tone of profound humility. He reminds Nero of their long relationship, of the 14 years they have spent together. He speaks of his own age, his desire for rest. My long life, he says, needs a walking stick, not a scepter. Then comes the gamble. Seneca offers to surrender his entire fortune to Nero. Every villa, every vineyard, every chest of gold. Take it all, he effectively says. Manage it for me. Treat me as your pensioner. I need only enough to eat and sleep. It is a desperate move. By giving Nero what he wants, the money, Seneca hopes to keep what he needs, his life. He is trying to buy his way out of the danger zone, to make himself so poor and insignificant that he is no longer worth killing. But Nero is no longer the student who can be manipulated by rhetoric. He is an adult tyrant who enjoys the game. He listens to Seneca's eloquent surrender with a slight, unreadable smile. When the philosopher finishes, Nero replies with a speech that matches Seneca's own in Polish and hypocrisy. He refuses the resignation. He refuses the money. How would it look? Nero asks, his voice dripping with false concern. If I allowed my beloved teacher to retire into poverty, it would make me look ungrateful. It would stain my reputation. It is a trap wrapped in a compliment. Nero is saying, you cannot leave because your exit would make me look bad. He argues that Seneca is still vigorous, still needed. He claims that Seneca's wealth is merely the just reward for his service, and that he, Nero, has given him too little, not too much. Then comes the final chilling gesture. Nero steps down from the dais and embraces Seneca. He kisses him on the cheek. Tacitus, with his dry cynicism, notes, Nero was by nature prone to hide his hatred behind treacherous kisses. The hug is a shackle. Nero is effectively telling Seneca, you belong to me. You will stay here, in the line of fire, until I decide otherwise. Seneca leaves the audience chamber with his life, his fortune, and his death sentence all intact. He has been denied the safety of obscurity. He is forced to remain the friend of the prince, a role that is now indistinguishable from a hostage. Defeated in his official resignation, Seneca adopts a strategy of internal exile. If he cannot leave Rome physically, he will leave it socially. He dismisses his entourage. He stops holding the crowded morning receptions, salutatio, that were the hallmark of a powerful Roman senator. He pleads illness. His old chronic catarrh and weak stomach become convenient excuses to avoid court functions. He stops traveling with the emperor. He becomes a hermit in his own palace. He changes his diet, terrified of poison. He stops eating the rich foods prepared by his chefs and begins to live on wild berries, simple bread, and water from a running stream, liquids that are harder to tamper with. This is the period where the Stoic sage truly begins to emerge from the shell of the politician. Stripped of his political influence, terrified for his life, living in a self-imposed prison, Seneca turns to his writing with a new frantic intensity. He is no longer writing for Nero. He is writing for posterity. He is writing to save his own sanity. In the silence of his room, with the shadow of Tigellinus looming over the city, Seneca picks up his pen and begins a correspondence with his friend Lucilius. These letters will become his legacy, a testament to the human spirit's ability to find freedom, even when the walls are closing in. But as he writes about the indifference of the wise man to worldly goods, he lightly glances at the door, wondering when the centurion will knock. He offered his wealth, and it was refused. Now he knows the price will be higher. The dangerous request failed. The exit is blocked. The only way out now is through the fire. Nero's refusal to accept Seneca's resignation was not an act of affection. It was an act of incarceration. The treacherous kiss in the audience chamber sealed Seneca's fate more effectively than a prison cell ever could. By forcing him to keep his wealth and his title, Nero was ensuring that Seneca remained a visible target, a scapegoat in waiting. The philosopher was now living in what historians might call a gilded cage. But to Seneca, It likely felt like a tomb with a view. He was trapped in the center of Rome, surrounded by the marble luxury he had once coveted, yet unable to enjoy a single moment of it. Every servant was a potential spy. Every guest was a potential informer. The invisible chain that bound him to the Palatine was short and unyielding. He was the emperor's friend, a title that now carried the same weight as next victim. Seneca's retreat into internal exile was a desperate attempt to vanish while standing still. He transformed his lifestyle drastically. The man who had once hosted banquets that rivaled the emperor's now lived like a monk in his own mansion. He dismissed the sprawling retinue of clients who used to crowd his atrium every morning. The salutatio, the morning ritual where a patron received his dependents, was cancelled. He claimed that his health was failing, that his nerves were shattered. This was not entirely a lie. The stress of living under the sword of Damocles was taking a physical toll. He became gaunt, his eyes sunken, his movements skittish. He stopped drinking wine from his own cellars, fearing the vintage had been tampered with. Instead, he drank only running water from a stream in his garden, cupping it in his hands like a wild animal. He ate wild berries and simple bread, foods that were difficult to poison. It is a striking image. The richest man in the empire, foraging for food in his own backyard, terrified of his own kitchen staff. But the palace did not leave him alone. Nero, spurred on by Tigellinus, continued to toy with him. Invitations to court functions would arrive, commands disguised as polite requests. Seneca would decline, pleading ill health or philosophical studies. Each refusal was a calculated risk. To refuse the emperor was an insult. To attend was to step into a trap. He walked a razor's edge daily. He knew that Tigellinus was gathering evidence, fabricating charges, looking for the one excuse that would allow Nero to sign the death warrant. They accused him of being friends with conspirators. They accused him of criticizing Nero's singing. They accused him of hoarding money that belonged to the state. The net was tightening. In this claustrophobic atmosphere, Seneca's relationship with his wife, Paulina, deepened into a tragic solidarity. She was much younger than him, a woman of noble birth and profound loyalty. She watched her husband wither under the pressure. She saw the fear in his eyes when a messenger arrived. They were prisoners together in the House of Gold. It is likely during this time that they had the conversations about death that would shape their final hours. Seneca did not hide the reality from her. He told her that the end was coming. He treated her not as a fragile dependent, but as a fellow soldier in the war against fortune. He prepared her for his death, trying to strengthen her resolve with Stoic arguments. But one suspects that in the quiet of the night, the philosophy faltered, and they were simply two frightened people holding on to each other in the dark. The invisible chain also bound Seneca to the deteriorating state of the empire. Though he no longer governed, he could not stop watching. He saw Nero descending further into madness. The emperor married Poppaea Sabina, and 12 days later, his former wife Octavia, the daughter of Claudius, the symbol of legitimacy, was executed on trumped-up charges of adultery. Her head was cut off and brought to Rome for Poppaea to gloat over. It was a brutality that shocked even the jaded Roman populace. Seneca heard the news and knew that the last guardrail was gone. If Nero could butcher the daughter of a god, he would not hesitate to kill a tutor. The empire was now run by a triumvirate of terror: Nero, Poppaea, and Tigellinus. Yet in this period of supreme helplessness, Seneca found a strange kind of freedom. Since he could not act, he could only think. Since he could not save his body, he focused entirely on saving his soul. He realized that for years he had been a hypocrite, preaching virtue while serving vice. Now stripped of his power, living in fear, he was finally living the life he had written about. He was testing his own medicine. Could he really face death with indifference? Could he really find peace in pain? The invisible chain kept him in Rome, but it also forced him inward into the deep, unexplored caverns of his own consciousness. He was no longer playing to the gallery. He was playing to the gods. He was preparing for the final exam. And as the rumors of conspiracy began to swirl around the city, whispers of a plot led by a nobleman named Piso, Seneca sat in his garden, listening to the water, waiting for the knock on the door that would set him free. In the quiet confinement of his study, while the rest of Rome held its breath, waiting for the next purge, Seneca discovered that ink was a far more durable material than marble. Denied the pulpit of the Senate and the ear of the Emperor, he turned his voice toward a single man, Lucilius Jr. Lucilius was the procurator of Sicily, a younger friend, a poet, and perhaps the only person left who still looked at Seneca with admiration rather than suspicion. To this man, across the miles of the Tyrrhenian Sea, Seneca began to send a stream of letters, 124 of which survive, that would become his greatest legacy. The Epistulae Morales, or moral letters, are not merely correspondence. They are a survival guide for the soul. They are the work of a man who knows he is writing his last testament, not in legal jargon, but in the intimate whispers of friendship. He writes, not to lecture, but to share the medicine he has found for his own terror. I am not a doctor, he confesses in one letter. I am just a patient in the same hospital as you, passing on the remedies that I have found effective. Imagine the scene. It is late at night. The noise of the city has dulled to a low hum. The lamp flickers on the desk, casting long shadows against the frescoes of the wall. Seneca is tired. His body is failing. He complains of asthma, of fever, of the sheer weight of age. But his mind is electric. He dips his reed pen into the black ink and begins to scratch out the words that will outlive the empire. Vindica te tibi, he writes in letter 1. Claim yourself for yourself. It is a rallying cry. He tells Lucilius, and through him, us, that the only thing we truly own is our time, and yet we let it be stolen by pointless duties, by empty conversations, by the demands of others. Hold every hour in your grasp, he urges. It is the advice of a man who realizes he has given too many of his own hours to a tyrant who did not deserve them. He is trying to save Lucilius from making the same mistake. Historians and literary scholars still debate the nature of these letters. Were they truly a private correspondence, sent packet by packet on the unpredictable grain ships to Sicily? Or were they written from the start as a polished collection for publication, a blog of the 1st century disguised as mail? The answer is likely both. There is a raw, immediate intimacy in them that feels genuine, yet the structure is so perfect, the lessons so carefully sequenced, that Seneca clearly had a wider audience in mind. He knew that Nero could burn his body, but he could not burn his words if they were copied and scattered across the provinces. He was building a paper monument. He explicitly tells Lucilius, I am writing this for future generations. It is a moment of breathtaking confidence, or perhaps desperate hope, from a man whose current generation wanted him dead. The letters are filled with the sensory details of his internal exile. In one of the most famous and human passages, Letter 56, Seneca complains about the noise. He is living above a public bathhouse. He describes the grunting of the weightlifters, the smack of the masseur's hand on shoulders, the splashing of swimmers, the cries of the sausage sellers and the cake vendors. I am surrounded by a roar of sound, he writes, but instead of moving, he uses it as a Stoic exercise. He forces himself to concentrate, to build a wall of silence inside his head, proving that peace is an internal setting, not an external location. There is a gentle, relatable humor here. We can picture the great philosopher trying to formulate a profound thought about the immortality of the soul, only to be interrupted by a loud splash and a curse from the pool downstairs, causing him to sigh and scribble a note about the necessity of patience. But the letters also contain radical, dangerous ideas. In Letter 47, Seneca writes about slavery in a way that was centuries ahead of his time. They are slaves, people say. No, Seneca replies, they are men. They are comrades. They are fellow slaves. If you consider that fortune has equal power over us all, he urges Lucilius to dine with his slaves, to treat them with respect, to judge them by their character, not their duties. In a society built on the backs of human chattel, where a master could kill a slave for breaking a cup, this was revolutionary. It was a subtle rebellion against the cruelty of Nero's Rome. Seneca was arguing that true nobility has nothing to do with bloodlines or titles, things Nero had in abundance, but with the quality of the spirit. He was democratizing virtue. He also writes obsessively about death. This is the dark current running under the bright surface of the prose. He is rehearsing. He tells Lucilius that death is not an event to be feared, but a process that is happening right now. We are dying every day, he writes. The time that has passed belongs to death. He encourages his friend to rehearse death. Rehearse in the sense of practicing freedom. If you are not afraid to die, you cannot be coerced. No tyrant can hurt a man who is willing to walk through the open door. These letters are Seneca's way of psyching himself up. He is terrified. We can feel the tremors in the text. But he is talking himself into bravery. He is looking at the example of Socrates, of Cato, trying to borrow their strength for the ordeal he knows is coming. The relationship with Lucilius becomes the emotional anchor of his final years. We don't know much about Lucilius's replies. Seneca never quotes them directly, but we feel his presence. Seneca chides him, encourages him, teases him about his writing style. He treats Lucilius as a work in progress, a soul that can be saved from the corruption of the world. In saving Lucilius, Seneca is trying to redeem his own failed pedagogy. He couldn't save Nero. The boy he raised became a monster. But perhaps, with Lucilius, he can finally get it right. He can create one good man. It is a poignant second chance at fatherhood. As the months of 62 and 63 AD ticked by, the stack of scrolls on his desk grew higher. The Epistolae Moralis became a fortress of words. Inside this fortress, Seneca was free. He could criticize the madness of the crowds. He could mock the obsession with luxury. He could speak truth, even if only to one man. The ink stained his fingers, a badge of his resistance. He was crafting a voice that was calm, reasoned, and humane. the exact opposite of the screaming, chaotic world of Nero. He was winning the war of ideas, even as he was losing the war of survival. But history has a way of interrupting even the most profound philosophy. While Seneca was writing about the coolness of the soul and the fire of the intellect, a different kind of fire was kindling. The summer of 64 AD was approaching. The air in Rome was getting hot, dry, and stagnant. The wind was shifting, coming from the southeast, bringing the dust of the dry lands. Seneca, sitting in his library, dipping his pen, finishing a sentence about the tranquility of the sage, likely did not smell the smoke yet. But the greatest catastrophe in the history of the city was days away. The paper monument was finished just in time. The stone city was about to burn. The heat of July in Rome is a physical weight, a heavy, suffocating blanket that presses the dust into the streets. But on the night of July 18th, 64 AD, the heat did not cool with the setting sun. A wind sprang up from the southeast, hot and dry, rattling the shutters of the tenements packed tightly into the valley near the Circus Maximus. It was the kind of wind that carries a warning, though no one knew how to read it yet. Seneca was likely at his country estate in Nomentum, a few miles outside the city walls, perhaps sitting on a terrace, enjoying the relative cool of the evening. He might have looked south and noticed a strange flickering orange glow on the horizon, too bright for a campfire, too erratic for a sunrise. By midnight, the glow had become a pillar of fire that turned the night sky into a bruised purple bruise. Rome was burning. The great fire began in the shops selling flammable goods. Oil, cloth, timber clustered around the chariot stadium. Fed by the wind, it moved with terrifying speed, leaping across the narrow, twisting streets like a living thing. It did not just burn, it devoured. The dry timber of the insula, the apartment blocks, where the poor lived stacked like sardines, crackled and exploded. The fire created its own weather system, sucking in oxygen and spitting out cinders that traveled miles to start new blazes. For 6 days and 7 nights, the capital of the world was reduced to a furnace. Panic was absolute. The narrow streets became death traps. People were trampled in the rush to the Tiber River. Some, Tacitus tells us, simply sat down in the middle of the street and waited for the end, paralyzed by the loss of everything they owned. From his vantage point outside the city, Seneca watched the apocalypse of his world. He saw the smoke plume rising like a dark mountain, blotting out the stars. He heard the distant collective scream of 1 million people. It must have felt like a validation of his darkest Stoic meditations. He had written so often that fortune can take everything in a moment, that cities are mortal, that nothing endures. Now, the philosophy was being written in ash across the sky. He saw the temples of the gods, the trophies of ancient wars, the masterpieces of Greek art, all consumed indiscriminately. The fire did not care about history. It did not care about power. It simply ate. Rumors began to fly faster than the sparks. Men with wild eyes ran through the countryside, claiming that they had seen individuals throwing torches into houses, shouting that they were acting under orders. The name on everyone's lips was Nero. The emperor was actually away at Antium, by the sea, when the fire started. He rushed back to Rome, opening his own gardens to the refugees, organizing food supplies, and lowering the price of grain. These were the actions of a responsible leader. But the story that stuck, the myth that would outlive the marble, was the image of Nero standing on the tower of Maecenas, dressed in theatrical robes, singing the Sacervilium, while accompanying himself on the lyre, enraptured by the beauty of the flames. Historians generally agree this is a fabrication, a piece of anti-Neronian propaganda. But it reveals a deeper truth. The people believed their emperor was capable of it. They believed he was a man who would burn a city just to get a good backdrop for a song. When the fire finally died down, leaving a smoking, blackened skeleton of a city, the mood in Rome shifted from terror to rage. The people needed a scapegoat. They looked at the Palatine. Nero, realizing his throne was tottering on the edge of a riot, needed a diversion. He needed a victim even more marginalized than himself. He found them in a small secretive religious sect that met in the shadows, the Christians. Tacitus calls them a group hated for their abominations, a misunderstood cult that spoke of eating flesh and drinking blood, a garbled understanding of the Eucharist. Nero accused them of starting the fire. What followed was a spectacle of cruelty that sickened even the bloodthirsty Roman mob. In the imperial gardens, the very gardens Seneca had once walked in, Christians were covered in animal skins and torn apart by dogs. Others were nailed to crosses. And in a touch of grotesque artistry that only Nero could devise, some were covered in pitch and set on fire to serve as human torches to light the emperor's garden parties. Seneca, hearing of these atrocities, must have felt a nausea that went deeper than his stomach. This was not justice. It was sadism, masquerading as statecraft. He writes in his letters about the sickness of the crowd, the danger of the mob, but this was a sickness radiating from the top down. The philosopher who had tried to teach clemency was now living in a city illuminated by burning human bodies. He realized that the fire had destroyed more than buildings. It had destroyed the last pretenses of civilization. The social contract was broken. Rome was a jungle, and the beast was king. Seneca retreated further into his shell, pleading age, pleading illness, terrified that the next torch would be lit for him. He realized that in a world where innocence was no defense against being burned alive, the only safety lay in being invisible. But as the smoke cleared, a new shape began to rise from the ashes, a construction project so vast, so arrogant, that it would seal the fate of the dynasty. The fire had cleared the ground, and Nero was about to build his tomb. The smoke had barely cleared from the valleys of the 7 hills when the surveyors arrived. They did not come to rebuild the homes of the poor or to restore the ancient temples of the Republic. They came to measure the ground for a fantasy. Nero looked at the blackened ruin of central Rome not as a tragedy, but as a canvas. He had long complained that Rome was too cramped, too messy for a monarch of his stature. The fire, whether by accident or design, had solved that problem. It had given him space. And in that space, he began to construct the Domus Aurea, the Golden House. It was not just a palace. It was a country estate dropped into the heart of a metropolis. It swallowed 3 of the 7 hills. Where neighborhoods once stood, Nero ordered the creation of artificial lakes, vineyards, pastures with grazing animals, and forests stocked with wild game. It was a staggering appropriation of public land for private pleasure. The main structure was a sprawling complex of pavilions covered in gold leaf, studded with gems, and adorned with mother-of-pearl. The dining rooms had ceilings of ivory that could rotate to mimic the motion of the heavens, showering guests with flowers and perfume. In the vestibule stood a colossal statue of Nero himself, 120 feet tall, casting a shadow over the city that was as literal as it was metaphorical. Seneca watched this construction from his self-imposed exile with a mixture of awe and disgust. To a Stoic, the Domus Aurea was the ultimate architectural manifestation of vice. It was unnatural. It tried to force nature to bow to the will of one man. It turned a city of citizens into a backyard for a tyrant. The cost was astronomical. To pay for it, Nero plundered the empire. He sent agents to the provinces to strip temples of their gold statues. He confiscated the estates of wealthy senators, often after executing them on flimsy charges. The Golden House was built on a foundation of bones and stolen silver. For Seneca, the palace was a personal insult. He had spent years trying to teach Nero that true greatness comes from within, that a man who needs a golden roof to feel important is a man with a small soul. Nero's response was to build the biggest, gaudiest roof in history. When the palace was finally dedicated, Nero reportedly looked around and said, "Good. Now I can finally begin to live like a human being." It was a sentence that inverted every moral lesson Seneca had ever taught. To Nero, being human meant having infinite appetite. To Seneca, it meant having infinite control. The philosophical divorce was now physically visible on the skyline. But the Golden House was also a political blunder. The Roman people, who had tolerated Nero's singing and his chariot racing, drew the line at losing their city. They saw the palace as a theft. A graffiti joke began to circulate. Rome is becoming a house. Migrate to Voii citizens, unless the house reaches Voii too. The resentment was no longer confined to the Senate. It was bubbling up from the streets. And in the shadows of the new porticos, men began to whisper, not just about complaining, but about acting. The extravagance of the Golden House provided the moral justification for treason. If the emperor was stealing Rome, then killing him was not murder. It was repossessing the state. Seneca, sitting in his villa, must have felt the vibrations of the coming earthquake. He knew that excess on this scale always provokes a reaction. Nature demands balance. Hubris summons nemesis. He continued to write, his letters to Lucilius becoming even more focused on the simplicity of life. "A thatched roof once covered free men," he wrote. "Under marble and gold dwells slavery." He was drawing a line in the sand. He was declaring that he, in his simple tunic, eating his berries, was the free man, and Nero, in his rotating ivory dining room, was the slave. It was a brave thought, but brave thoughts do not stop centurions. The Golden House was nearing completion, and its shadow was stretching toward nomentum. The architect of the Golden Age was now just an obstacle in the path of the Golden House. And obstacles in Nero's Rome had a very short shelf life. Shadows do not exist without light, and the blinding brilliance of Nero's Golden House cast the longest, darkest shadow Rome had ever seen. In the damp, cool recesses of that darkness, discontent began to curdle into conspiracy. By the year 65 AD, the desire to remove Nero was no longer a radical thought. It was a dinner table conversation, albeit one held in hushed tones with the servants sent out of the room. The plot that finally coalesced was not the work of a single Brutus standing up for liberty. It was a chaotic, sprawling alliance of the desperate, the offended, and the ambitious. It was known as the Pisonian Conspiracy, named after its figurehead, Gaius Calpurnius Piso. Piso was the anti-Nero in appearance, if not in substance. He was tall, handsome, wealthy, and possessed of a superficial charm that made him popular with the mob. He played a mean game of drafts, checkers, and was generous with his money. But Tacitus, with his usual devastating insight, notes that while Piso had many attractive qualities, he had no true virtues. He was a man who wanted the throne because it was the best seat in the house, not because he wanted to fix the roof. Yet for a terrified Senate, he was enough. Anyone but Nero was the slogan of the day. The conspiracy was a strange beast, bringing together men who would normally never speak to one another. There were senators who dreamed of restoring the republic. There were praetorian officers led by Faenius Rufus, one of the two prefects, who realized that his colleague Tigellinus was planning to have him killed. There were poets, most notably Lucan, Seneca's own nephew. Lucan was a prodigy, a young man who had once been Nero's friend and literary rival, but Nero, jealous of Lucan's talent, had banned him from reciting his poetry in public. For a Roman poet, silence is a form of death. Lucan joined the plot not for political liberty, but for artistic revenge. He wanted to kill the critic who wore the crown. And where was Seneca in this web? This is the great enigma of his final act. Historians still argue furiously about his level of involvement. Was he a ringleader, a silent partner, or merely a man who knew too much and said too little? The ancient sources suggest that while Seneca likely did not sign his name to the blood oath, he was almost certainly aware of the plot. It is impossible to imagine that his nephew Lucan did not whisper his intentions, or that the old philosopher, with his ear to the ground, did not hear the tremors. Seneca's refusal to flee Rome, his quiet waiting in his villa, suggests a man who was hedging his bets. He was waiting to see if the coin would land on heads or tails. There is a fascinating, almost cinematic subplot recorded by some historians. A rumor that a secret inner circle within the conspiracy planned to use Piso to kill Nero, and then, once the deed was done, to kill Piso and declare Seneca emperor. It is a breathtaking what-if of history. Imagine the philosopher king actually ascending the throne, the Stoic sage draped in purple, ruling by the principles of declementia. It is a beautiful dream, a lullaby for a weary empire. But Seneca, now in his mid-60s, frail and exhausted, likely viewed this prospect with horror. He knew that the throne was not a chair, but an electric chair. If the offer was ever whispered to him, he likely shook his head, pointed to his vegetable garden, and said, "This is my empire now." The plan itself was dramatic, theatrical enough for Nero himself to have appreciated. The conspirators decided to strike during the Games of Ceres in April. Nero was scheduled to attend the Circus Maximus. The plan was for a massive, strong man named Plautius Lateranus to approach the emperor as if to beg a favor. He would throw himself at Nero's feet, grabbing his legs to pin him down. Then the other conspirators, dressed in civilian togas, with daggers hidden in the folds, would rush in from the crowd and finish the job. It was to be a public execution, a cleansing of the state in the very arena where Nero had debased his dignity. But conspiracies in Rome always suffered from the same fatal flaw. They involved people. And people talk. The plot had grown too large. There were too many loose lips, too many people trying to impress their mistresses with hints of big news coming soon. The weak link proved to be a man named Flavius Scavenus. He was a senator who took his role in the assassination very seriously, perhaps too seriously. On the day before the planned attack, he did something incredibly suspicious. He signed his will. Then he ordered his freedman, Milicus, to sharpen his favorite dagger and to prepare bandages and styptics, medicines for stopping blood. Milicus was not a fool. He looked at the will, the sharpened knife, and the bandages, and he did the math. He realized he was holding a lottery ticket. If the plot succeeded, he might get a small reward. But if he betrayed the plot to Nero, he would get a fortune. At dawn, Milicus rushed to the Servilian gardens, where Nero was staying. He was blocked by the guards at first, but his desperate screaming that he held the life of the emperor in his hands got him through. He was dragged before Nero. He told him everything. He showed him the knife. The unraveling was swift and brutal. Scaevenus was arrested. At first, he tried to bluff, claiming the knife was just an old family heirloom he liked to keep sharp, and that the will was just prudent housekeeping. He almost got away with it. But then Milicus's wife reminded the interrogators of a long meeting Scaevenus had held with another conspirator, Antonius Natalis. Natalis was dragged in. The two men were interrogated separately. They were threatened with the rack and the fire. The prisoner's dilemma played out in real time. Natalis broke first. He named names. Scaevenus, seeing the game was up, confessed. The floodgates opened. The names tumbled out: Piso, Lateranus, Lucan. Nero listened with growing terror. He realized that the danger was not just from a few disgruntled aristocrats. It was everywhere. His own guards, his own friends, the poets he admired, they all wanted him dead. The city was put under lockdown. Soldiers were stationed on the walls, at the port, along the river. Rome became a prison. The torture chambers were busy day and night. And then, inevitably, the name was spoken. Antonius Natalis, perhaps trying to save his own skin by offering the biggest prize of all, claimed that Seneca had been part of the plot. He said that he had been sent to visit Seneca during his illness, and that Seneca had replied with a coded message about their friendship. It was thin evidence, barely hearsay. In a court of law, it would have been dismissed. But this was not a court of law. It was a panic room. Nero didn't need proof. He needed closure. He had hated Seneca for years, hated his moral superiority, hated his wealth, hated the memory of the discipline he had tried to impose. This was the excuse he had been waiting for. Seneca was at his villa in Nomentum, having returned from Campania that very day. It was a strange coincidence. Or perhaps he had come back to be ready for the new order. He was dining with his wife Paulina and two friends. The sun was setting, casting long, melancholy shadows across the table. The meal was simple. The conversation was lightly subdued. Then came the sound that every Roman of that generation feared, the heavy, rhythmic marching of soldiers on the gravel path. The centurion did not knock politely. The door was thrown open. The tribune of the Praetorian Guard stood there, his face grim. He had not come to arrest Seneca. He had come with a question from the emperor, a question that was really a command. He asked Seneca if he knew about the plot. But the answer didn't matter. The soldiers weren't there to take a statement. They were the messengers of death, waiting for the order to turn the page. The philosopher looked at the centurion, then at his wife. He did not tremble. He had been rehearsing for this moment for 50 years. The rehearsal was over. The curtain was up. The knocking at the gate was not a polite request for entry. It was the heavy, rhythmic thud of authority that reverberates through the wood and into the bone. It was the sound Seneca had been waiting to hear for 3 years. The sun had set over the Nomentum countryside, and the villa was wrapped in the violet hush of twilight, a peaceful facade that was about to be shattered by the iron reality of Rome. Inside, the dinner was a quiet affair. Seneca reclined on his couch, his body frail, his face illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. Paulina was beside him, her hand lightly resting near his, and 2 trusted friends completed the circle. They were discussing, perhaps, the nature of the soul or the cooling of the evening air, when the noise cut through the conversation. The servants froze. The clatter of cutlery stopped. Through the open windows came the unmistakable sound of metal on gravel. The coligi, the hobnailed boots of the Praetorian Guard. A cohort of soldiers had surrounded the house. The inner citadel was no longer a metaphor. It was a besieged fortress. The man leading this grim parade was Gavius Silvanus, a tribune of the Praetorian Guard. History provides us with a devastating irony here, a detail so perfect it feels like the work of a novelist. Silvanus was not just a loyal soldier following orders. He was actually one of the conspirators. He had sworn the same oath to kill Nero that Piso had. Yet, when the plot collapsed, he had not been named. Now, in a desperate attempt to prove his loyalty and save his own neck, he was leading the squad to arrest the man he had secretly conspired with. The shame of this duplicity must have been suffocating. Tacitus tells us that Silvanus could not bear to face Seneca. He did not storm the dining room himself. Instead, he stationed his men around the perimeter and sent a lower-ranking centurion inside to deliver the message. It was a final act of cowardice, the man with the sword sending a subordinate to do the killing with words. The centurion entered the room. He did not bow. He did not apologize for the interruption. He stood before the philosopher and delivered the emperor's question, which was really an accusation disguised as an inquiry. Caesar asks, the soldier lightly grunted, why you refused to receive Antonius Natalis when he came to visit, and why you preferred to rest at home rather than meet with Piso. It was the trap. If Seneca denied knowing them, he was lying. If he admitted it, he was guilty. Seneca looked at the soldier, his expression unreadable. He did not beg. He did not cry. He answered with the calm precision of a lawyer who knows the verdict is already written but insists on correcting the record for posterity. He admitted that Natalis had come. He admitted that he had refused the visit. I told him, Seneca said, his voice steady, that it was not to my advantage, nor to Piso's, for us to meet. Mutual safety required distance. Then he delivered the line that would become his epitaph. Besides, he added, looking past the centurion to the invisible emperor, I have no reason to prefer the safety of a private citizen to my own safety. My disposition is not prone to flattery, as Nero knows better than anyone. It was a subtle, stinging rebuke. Seneca was reminding Nero that he was a man of truth, not a sycophant. He was asserting his dignity even as the noose tightened. The centurion, likely confused by this lack of panic, turned on his heel and marched back out into the night to report to Silvanus. The tribune, still hiding in the shadows outside, took the message and rode hard back to Rome, or perhaps to a nearby villa, where Nero and Tigellinus were waiting, drinking wine and counting heads. The scene at the imperial headquarters was macabre. Nero asked the tribune, is he afraid? Is he preparing to kill himself? The tribune shook his head. He showed no signs of fear, Caesar, no sadness on his face. His words were calm. Nero, disappointed that he hadn't reduced the old man to a trembling wreck, gave the final order. "Go back," he hissed. "Tell him to die." Silvanus rode back to Nomentum. The journey must have felt endless, the hooves beating out the rhythm of his own hypocrisy. When he arrived, he still couldn't face Seneca. He found the centurion again and told him to go in and finish it. Tell him he must cut his veins. The order was delivered. The dinner party was officially over. The centurion stood there, the angel of death in a red tunic, waiting for compliance. The room must have felt airless. Paulina let out a cry, a sound of pure, terrified grief. The friends turned pale, but Seneca simply nodded. It was as if he had just been told that the weather would be rainy tomorrow. An inconvenient fact, but one that must be accepted. His first reaction was practical. He turned to his servants and asked for his will, the tabulae. He wanted to reward his friends, to leave something for the men who had stayed by his side. The centurion stepped forward and shook his head. "No," the soldier said. "The emperor forbids it." It was a final petty cruelty. Nero was not just taking Seneca's life, he was taking his property. By dying as a condemned traitor, his estate would be confiscated by the crown. He was to leave the world as naked as he entered it. Seneca paused, his hand hovering in the air. He looked at his friends, who were now weeping openly, their stoic training crumbling under the weight of the moment. He smiled, a sad, gentle smile. "Since I am forbidden to leave you my money," he said, "I leave you something far more valuable. I leave you the pattern of my life. Imago fide suae." It was a magnificent phrase. He was telling them that his bank account didn't matter, his villas didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was how he had lived and how he was about to die. If they remembered his example, they would have a wealth that Nero could never seize. He then turned to their tears. The teacher returned. He shifted from the friend to the philosopher. "Where are your precepts of philosophy?" he asked gently, almost teasingly. "Where is the reason that we have sharpened for so many years against impending evils?" He chided them for being surprised. "Did you not know Nero was cruel?" he asked. "After killing his mother and his brother, what was left for him but to kill his teacher?" It was a moment of dark humor, a way of reducing the monster to a predictable algorithm. Nero is a killer. Killers kill. Why cry over gravity? He was trying to shame them into courage, to make them stand up straighter. He was managing the room, ensuring that his death scene did not descend into hysteria. He wanted it to be a lesson, a final seminar on the art of leaving. But then the teacher looked at his wife. Paulina was not just a student. She was the love of his twilight years. She was sobbing, clinging to him, begging to die with him. Seneca looked at her, and the mask of the sage slipped, revealing the husband. He did not lecture her. He held her. He saw her resolve. She did not want to live in a world without him, a world where she would be the widow of a traitor, vulnerable to Nero's whims. In a moment that historians still debate, was it supreme love or supreme ego? Seneca agreed. "I have shown you the solaces of life," he whispered to her, "but you prefer the glory of death. I will not begrudge you this example." He agreed to let her die with him. It was a decision that feels alien to us, perhaps horrific. But to a Roman, it was the ultimate validation of their bond. They would leave the party together. The centurion watched all this with impatience. The night was wearing on. The tribune outside was waiting for the signal. Seneca turned to the soldier and nodded. He was ready. He didn't need a sword. He needed a bath and a knife. He ordered the servants to prepare the warm water. He began to unfasten his tunic, revealing the old frail body that had survived asthma, exile, and tuberculosis. He looked at his skin, thin as parchment, and realized it would not be easy. The veins were hidden, the blood slow. It would be a messy business, but he was determined to make it a work of art. The order had arrived, and the philosopher was about to grade his own final paper. The sound of weeping in the room was not the soft, stifled sobbing of polite grief. It was the raw, jagged sound of men whose world was collapsing. These were not just casual acquaintances gathered around the dinner table. They were disciples, men who had spent years listening to Seneca preach about the indifference of the wise man to death. They had nodded at his lectures, taken notes on his treatises, and memorized his maxims about the fortress of the soul. But now, faced with the bloody reality of the centurion standing in the doorway with a hand on his hilt, the philosophy evaporated. They saw only the man, their friend, their teacher, the frail old figure in the tunic, about to be destroyed. Their tears were a testament to their love, but to Seneca, in this final critical moment, they were a failure of discipline. He looked around the circle of devastation and realized that he had one last lesson to teach. It would not be a lesson of words written on papyrus, but of composure carved into the air. He needed to stop the tears, not because they were annoying, but because they gave Nero a victory he did not deserve. If they died screaming, the tyrant won. If they died smiling, the tyrant was merely a force of nature, powerless to touch their true selves. Seneca raised a hand, a gesture he had used 1,000 times in the Senate to silence a crowd. The weeping did not stop immediately, but it quieted to a tremble. He spoke to them, not with the anger of a disappointed schoolmaster, but with the gentle, insistent firmness of a doctor setting a bone. "Where are your maxims?" he asked, his voice cutting through the heavy, lamplit air. "Where is the philosophy you have been studying for so many years? Is it only for the classroom? Is it only for the days when the sun is shining?" He looked at each of them in turn, forcing them to meet his gaze. "We have practiced this," he reminded them. "We have rehearsed this death in every letter, in every conversation. To be surprised now is to admit that we were never truly listening." He was calling them back to themselves, demanding that they inhabit the inner citadel they had built together. It was a harsh kindness, a slap to the face to bring a hysterical patient back to reality. He then posed the question that Tacitus recorded for history, a question that stripped the situation of its horror and reduced it to simple logic. "Who did not know the cruelty of Nero?" he asked. "Did you really expect that the man who murdered his mother and his brother would spare his tutor?" This argument, the argument of predictability, is the cornerstone of Stoic resilience. If you expect the glass to break, you are not angry when it shatters. Seneca was telling them that his death was not an aberration. It was the inevitable mathematical conclusion of the equation of Nero's reign. By framing it this way, he removed the sting of injustice. It was no longer a tragedy. It was just gravity. "The tiger bites," he was saying. "The fire burns. The tyrant kills. This is the nature of things. Do not weep for the nature of things." As he spoke, the tension in the room began to shift. The hysteria receded, replaced by a somber, heavy silence. The friends wiped their eyes, shamed by his courage, and began to straighten their togas. They realized that their grief was making it harder for him to leave. They needed to be his escort, not his anchor. Seneca saw the change and softened his tone. He moved from the pulpit to the hearth. He embraced them, lightly feeling the tremors in their bodies, offering them the physical comfort of a father. He reminded them that while Nero could take his life, he could not take their shared memories, their discussions, the pattern of life he had left them. He was entrusting his legacy to them. They were the living books that would carry his story forward. If they survived, and he prayed they would be the witnesses who could tell the world that Seneca did not die trembling. Historians often compare this scene to the death of Socrates, and there is little doubt that Seneca was consciously modeling his exit on the Greek master. Socrates, too, had scolded his weeping friends before drinking the hemlock. Seneca, the Roman playwright, was acting out the greatest role of his life. But to dismiss it as mere performance is to miss the point. In Rome, performance was reality. How you died defined who you were. By imitating Socrates, Seneca was declaring his allegiance to the Republic of Letters, placing himself in the lineage of the martyrs of wisdom. He was saying, I do not belong to Nero's Rome. I belong to the Athens of the soul. It was a political act as much as a philosophical one. He was using his death to create a tableau that would outshine the golden house. The centurion, standing by the door, shifted his weight. The time for speeches was over. The military mind does not understand metaphors. It understands schedules. Seneca sensed the soldier's impatience. He knew he could not delay the inevitable forever. He turned to his wife, Paulina. This was the hardest part. The friends were one thing. They could go home, write their memoirs, and move on. But Paulina was part of him. Her grief was not just a loss of a friend. It was an amputation. He saw the terror in her eyes, the sheer biological panic of a woman watching her husband prepare to butcher himself. He knew he had to soothe her, not with logic, but with love. He took her hands that were likely cold and trembling, and spoke to her in a voice that the historians describe as tender. He did not scold her for crying. He simply asked her not to carry the grief forever. Live, he told her. Live to honor my memory. Let my life be your comfort, not my death. He tried to paint a picture of her future that was not empty, but filled with the dignity of having been loved by an honest man. He urged her to find strength in the contemplation of a life spent in virtue. It sounds abstract to us, perhaps cold, but to a Roman matron, virtue was a tangible asset, a form of armor. He was trying to give her that armor before he left. But Paulina was not listening to the philosophy. She was listening to the silence that would come after. She looked at the centurion, then at the knife that had been brought into the room, then back at her husband. She made her choice. She would not be the widow who lived on memories. She would be the wife who walked into the dark beside him. The decision was made in a look, a nod, a tightening of the grip on her hand. Seneca accepted it. He realized that denying her this choice would be a form of tyranny in itself. If she wished to die, it was her right as a free human being. He did not argue. He simply said, I have shown you the solaces of life. You prefer the glory of death. I will not begrudge you this example. It was a moment of supreme, terrifying equality. They were no longer husband and wife. They were two Stoics facing the abyss. The friends in the room must have gasped. 2 deaths, 2 suicides. The tragedy had doubled. But Seneca seemed to draw strength from her resolve. He was not going alone. He turned back to the centurion. "We are ready," he said. The simple phrase signaled the end of the soothing. The tears had been dried, or at least hidden. The arguments had been made. The room was now a temple of sacrifice. The servants brought the basins of warm water. The knives were sharpened. The time for words had passed. Now came the time for blood. Seneca looked around the room one last time, imprinting the faces of his friends, the flickering of the lamps, the shadows on the frescoes, onto his mind. He took a deep breath, that difficult, asthmatic breath he had fought for since he was a boy in Cordoba, and prepared to let it go. The calm farewell was over. The physical ordeal was about to begin. He walked towards the couch where the veins would be opened, his steps steady, his head high. A man walking not into a grave, but into history. The room was now a theater of shadows, the lamplight flickering on the bronze basins that had been brought to catch the blood. Seneca and Paulina lay on separate couches, or perhaps sat side by side, their arms bared to the blade. The act itself was not a frenzy of violence, but a surgical procedure carried out with a grim, deliberate calm. The centurion stood watching, his face a mask of professional indifference, ensuring that the emperor's command was executed to the letter. Seneca took the knife first, or perhaps they cut each other. A final, intimate act of union. The blade sliced through the skin of the wrists, opening the veins to the air. The blood began to flow, dark and warm, a physical release of the life they were both so ready to leave. But biology is rarely as cooperative as philosophy. For Paulina, younger and stronger, the blood flowed freely. She began to fade, her face turning the color of the marble floor, her breathing shallow. She was slipping away, fulfilling her vow to die with her husband, to escape the tyranny of the survivor. But for Seneca, the process was agonizingly slow. His body, withered by age and years of ascetic fasting, berries, bread, water, was dry. The blood refused to run. It trickled, clotting almost as soon as it touched the air. Instead of a swift, peaceful drift into oblivion, he was faced with a prolonged, throbbing pain. He watched his life leaking out, drop by drop, realizing that even death was going to be a struggle for him. As the minutes stretched into an hour, a new torment arose, not physical, but emotional. Seneca looked across the room at Paulina. He saw her suffering. He saw the light fading from her eyes, and he realized that seeing his pain was adding to hers. He was not comforting her by dying beside her. He was torturing her, and she, in turn, was torturing him. The sight of the woman he loved bleeding to death was breaking his stoic resolve. He knew that if he stayed, he might lose his composure, he might scream, he might beg for it to end, and that would be a final defeat. He made a decision that was both heartbreaking and pragmatic. He called to the servants. "Take her away," he whispered, or perhaps gestured with a weak hand. "Take her to another room." It was a separation more painful than the knife. They were carried apart, denied the comfort of holding hands at the finish line. Paulina was taken to a bedroom where she drifted into unconsciousness. Seneca remained in the dining hall, alone with his pain and the soldiers. But the drama of Paulina was not over. The tribune, outside the villa, had sent a messenger to Rome to tell Nero what was happening. When the emperor heard that Paulina was dying too, he panicked. Nero was a monster But he was a monster who cared about his approval ratings. He knew that killing Seneca was political necessity, but driving a beloved, innocent noblewoman to suicide would look like wanton cruelty. The mob would turn on him. He sent a frantic order back to Nomentum. "Save the wife! Stop the bleeding!" The soldiers rushed into the room where Paulina lay. She was likely unconscious by then, unaware of the violation that was about to occur. They bound her wrists tight with bandages. They applied styptics to stop the flow. They forced life back into a body that had already consented to death. It is one of the supreme cruelties of the night. Paulina was saved against her will. She woke up not in the Elysian fields with her husband, but in the harsh morning light of Nero's Rome, a widow in a house of ghosts. She would live for a few more years, but history tells us she was never the same. Tacitus writes that she carried a singular pallor to her grave, a whiteness of skin so profound it looked as if all the blood had indeed been drained out of her, leaving only a shell. She moved through the rest of her life as a living monument to the husband she tried to follow. For Seneca, lying in the other room, the news that Paulina had been saved, if he even heard it, might have been a relief, or perhaps a final sorrow. He was now truly alone. The partnership was broken. The room was quiet again, save for the dripping of the basins and the labored breathing of the dying man. He was stranded on the shore of life, the tide refusing to carry him out. The blood in the basin was cooling. The pain in his arms was a dull fire. He realized that the simple exit he had planned, the glory of death, had turned into a test of endurance. He needed to speed things up. He needed to find a way to die before his courage ran out. He called for the knife again. He looked at his ankles. He looked at the backs of his knees. He realized he would have to cut deeper. The philosopher was about to become a butcher of his own flesh, driven by the desperate need to finish the sentence he had started. The death of a philosopher is supposed to be a triumph of the mind over the body, a moment where the soul sheds its heavy mortal coil and flies free. But for Seneca, the coil refused to loosen. The reality of his final hours was not a flight, but a siege. He lay on the couch in the semi-darkness, his wrists open, watching the blood trickle with a maddening, sluggish reluctance. His body, tempered by years of ascetic discipline, those long months of eating only wild berries and drinking clear water, of sleeping on hard mattresses, had become tough, dry, and efficient. He had starved the fat from his frame to free his mind, but in doing so, he had inadvertently fortified his biology against the very exit he now sought. His circulation was slow, his blood pressure low, his vessels constricted by age and the chill of the night. He was, ironically, too healthy to die quickly and too old to bleed freely. The inner citadel he had built was proving to be a prison. The walls were too thick to break down. The pain in his wrists was a dull, throbbing ache, but it was not lethal. He realized with a sinking dread that he was merely wounding himself, not killing himself. The centurion by the door shifted his weight, the leather of his armor creaking in the silence. The soldier was getting bored. Nero was waiting. The script demanded a death, and Seneca was fluffing his lines. He looked at his legs, those thin, sinewy limbs that had carried him through the Forum, up the Palatine, and into exile, and knew he had to escalate the violence. He called for the knife again. This time he did not aim for the surface veins. He aimed for the deeper arteries, behind the knees and at the ankles. It was a gruesome, butchering necessity. When the blade cut into the tendons, the pain must have been blinding, a white-hot flash that threatened to shatter his composure. But Seneca did not scream. He lightly gritted his teeth, his breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps, forcing his mind to categorize the sensation not as evil, but merely as sensation. This is what cutting feels like, he might have told himself. It is just information. Yet, even with these new, terrible wounds, the end did not come. The blood flowed faster for a moment, then slowed again. His body, in shock, was conserving its resources, clamping down the vessels to keep the heart beating. He was in a state of extreme physical distress, shivering uncontrollably, his skin cold to the touch, yet his mind remained horrifyingly clear. He was trapped in a dying animal that refused to stop breathing. The sheer duration of the ordeal began to weigh on him. He was exhausted. He wanted to close his eyes and drift away. But the pain kept him tethered to the room, to the flickering lamps, to the impatient stare of the guard. In this twilight of agony, Seneca did something remarkable. He realized that since he could not die yet, he might as well work. His voice was weak, little more than a whisper, but his thoughts were still forming sentences. He called for his secretaries. Imagine the scene, slaves rushing in with wax tablets and styluses, their hands trembling as they knelt beside the dying man, surrounded by basins of blood. Seneca began to dictate. He did not dictate a will. Nero had forbidden that. He dictated a final dissertation. We do not know exactly what he said. The text has been lost, though Tacitus tells us it was published and widely read in antiquity. But we can guess. Perhaps he spoke about the nature of pain, observing his own suffering with the detached curiosity of a scientist. Perhaps he spoke about the freedom of the will, proving that even a man bleeding to death can choose his own words. It was a final act of defiance. By writing, he was proving that he was still Seneca. He was still the teacher. The body was failing, but the logos, the rational mind, was still in charge. He was grading his own death as it happened. But the dictation could not last forever. His voice began to fail. The words became slurred. The secretaries, weeping, eventually had to stop. The silence returned, heavier than before. Seneca looked at his friend, the doctor Statius Aeneas, who had stayed by his side through the long night. Seneca had anticipated this difficulty. He was a man who planned for every contingency. Years ago, perhaps during the height of the Pisonian conspiracy, he had procured a stash of the poison, hemlock, the same toxin that had killed Socrates. He had kept it hidden, a secret exit strategy in case the knife failed. He signaled to Statius. The doctor, understanding the desperate plea in his friend's eyes, prepared the cup. This was the moment Seneca had rehearsed in his imagination 1,000 times. He was Socrates. He would drink the cup, discuss the immortality of the soul, and gently fade into the cosmos. He took the goblet. He drank the bitter, chalky liquid. He waited for the numbness to start in his feet and creep up to his heart, just as Plato had described in the Phaedo. He waited and waited, but the hemlock failed. Hemlock works by shutting down the nervous system, but it relies on blood flow to distribute the toxin. Seneca's circulation had collapsed. His extremities were already cold and dead. The poison simply sat in his stomach, unable to reach the heart. It was a cosmic joke. The sword hadn't worked. The knife hadn't worked. The poison hadn't worked. The universe seemed determined to deny him a dignified exit. He was being forced to endure a marathon of blunders. Seneca lay there, nauseous from the poison, bleeding from 4 limbs, shivering in the grip of a rigor that felt like being buried in ice. He must have felt a flash of panic. Was he cursed? Was this Nero's revenge? To leave him halfway between life and death, trapped in a purgatory of pain. He looked at the centurion. The soldier was likely checking the position of the sun, wondering if he would get off duty by dawn. Seneca knew he had to finish this. He could not lie here until the soldiers grew tired and strangled him. He needed heat. If the poison wouldn't move, he would force it. If the blood wouldn't flow, he would make it run. He whispered a new command to his servants. He asked to be carried to the bathroom. Not the grand marble baths of the palace, but the simple, heated rooms of his villa. He remembered the old Roman custom, using steam to open the pores, to relax the body, to speed up the bleeding. It was a brutal, physical solution to a metaphysical problem. The servants lifted him. He was light now, a bundle of bones and wet tunic, as they carried him through the villa, passing the statues and the books that would no longer be read. Seneca might have caught a glimpse of the dawn breaking through the windows. The sky was turning grey. The birds were starting to sing. The world was waking up, indifferent to his suffering. He was carried into the bath complex. First, he asked to be placed in a warm tub of water. As he sank into the liquid, the heat hit his frozen skin like a shock. He felt the blood begin to move again, spiraling out into the water, turning the clear bath into a cloud of crimson. He looked at the servants who were holding him up, weeping silently. He cupped a handful of the bloody water and poured it onto the floor. It was a libation. "I pour this," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the sound of the steam. "To Jupiter, the liberator. Jupiter, liberator." It was the god who set slaves free. Seneca was declaring his emancipation. He was not dying as a victim. He was dying as a freedman of the universe. But even the warm water was too slow. His heart was still beating, a stubborn drum in his chest. He was suffocating from the poison, faint from blood loss, but still conscious. He needed something stronger. He pointed to the calidarium, the steam room, the hottest part of the bathhouse. He knew that the intense, suffocating vapor would do what the knife and the cup could not. It would stop the breath. It was a grim choice, to die by suffocation, gasping in the steam. But it was the only door left open. The servants carried him in, the heavy, moist heat wrapped around him like a shroud. The steam filled his lungs, mixing with the asthma that had plagued him since birth. The circle was closing. The breath that had been difficult to draw in Cordoba was now impossible to draw in Nomentum. He closed his eyes. The pain began to recede, replaced by a roaring darkness. The slow exit was finally speeding up. The fortress was falling. The steam room was a white void, a world where the marble walls and the painted frescoes dissolved into a thick, suffocating mist. It was the calidarium of his country villa, a small, enclosed chamber designed to concentrate heat, usually for the comfort of a winter bath, but now repurposed as an execution chamber. As the servants carried Seneca across the threshold, the air hit him like a physical blow, heavy, wet, and blindingly hot, for a man whose lungs had been his weak point since the cradle. This was a terrifying entry. The asthma that had defined his childhood, the shortness of breath that had sent him fleeing to Egypt and had taught him the fragility of life, was now waiting to usher him out. There is a profound circular poetry to it. The breath he had fought for in the crib was the same breath he was now surrendering in the steam. He was placed on a bench, or perhaps a low couch within the vapor. The heat was immediate and overwhelming. It wrapped around his cold, shivering body, forcing the blood to the surface. But it also filled his throat with moisture. He could feel the poison from the hemlock still sitting in his stomach, a cold knot in a hot room. But it was the air, or the lack of it, that began to take over. In this blinding whiteness, Seneca performed his final ritual. He managed to cup his hands, catching some of the condensation, or perhaps dipping into a nearby basin of water. With a trembling arm, he splashed the droplets into the air, a gesture of scattering, of sowing seeds. His voice was a ruin, a rasping whisper that barely carried over the hiss of the steam. But the servants leaned in to catch the words. "I pour this libation," he said, "to Jupiter the Liberator, Jovi Liberatori." It was not a prayer for salvation, it was a declaration of victory. In Roman culture, a slave was freed by a touch from the praetor's rod and a declaration to Jupiter. Seneca was declaring that the long slavery was over. He was no longer a slave to Nero, no longer a slave to his body, no longer a slave to fear. He was emancipating himself. The water hit the hot stones and hissed, evaporating instantly, a perfect metaphor for a soul returning to the ether. The end did not come with a speech. It came with a fading. The steam did its work. It suffocated the panic. It slowed the heart. Seneca leaned back, his head resting against the wall or the shoulder of a weeping servant. The frantic struggle of the last few hours, the knife, the blood, the poison, smoothed out into a singular heavy exhaustion. He closed his eyes. The roar of the steam became the roar of the ocean, the sound of the wind on the cliffs of Corsica, the hum of the forum, the applause of the Senate, all blending into one steady white noise. He took a breath, shallow and wet, then another. And then, the chest did not rise again. The asthma finally won. The philosopher was gone. The silence that followed in the calidarium was absolute. The servants waited, perhaps hoping for one last word, but there was only the dripping of water on stone. They carried the body out into the cooler air of the villa. It was a small, light burden now. The blood loss had left him pale and shrunken, a husk of the man who had once governed the world. The centurion, who had been waiting outside, or perhaps standing guard at the door, approached. He checked for a pulse. He held a mirror or a feather to the lips. Nothing. He nodded. The job was done. He could go back to Rome and tell Nero that the threat was neutralized. The king of the mind was dead. But the night's work was not quite finished. There was the matter of the body. In a typical Roman execution of a traitor, the corpse might be dragged with a hook to the Gemonian stairs and thrown into the Tiber, or left to rot as a warning. But Seneca had been careful. Years earlier, when he was at the height of his power and wealth, he had written a will that gave specific instructions for this moment. He knew, even then, that he would likely die in disgrace. He had ordered that there be no funeral procession, no eulogies, no elaborate pyre. He wanted a simple cremation, the funeral of a private citizen. It was a final act of humility, ensuring that Nero could not desecrate a ceremony that didn't exist. The servants, faithful to the end, built a pyre in the garden of the villa. It was likely made of simple wood, gathered hastily from the estate. There were no spices thrown on the fire, no gold offerings, no weeping crowds of hired mourners. Just the body of the old man, wrapped in a simple cloth. The fire was lit. The flames caught the dry wood and climbed into the dawn sky. As the smoke rose, mixing with the morning mist of the Nomentum countryside, it carried away the physical remains of Lucius Annaeus Seneca, the man who had owned 300 million sestertii, who had dined on ivory tables, who had tutored an emperor, was reduced to a handful of grey ash. Back in Rome, the sun rose over the Golden House. Nero likely received the news with a mixture of relief and indifference. He had won. The nagging voice of conscience was silenced. He could now race his chariots and sing his songs without the judgment of the old schoolmaster. He did not know that by killing the man, he had immortalized the myth. He did not know that the smoke rising from Nomentum would cast a shadow longer than his palace. He thought he had erased Seneca. In reality, he had just edited the final chapter of a masterpiece. The body was gone, but the letters remained, the plays remained, the example remained. In the days that followed, the friends who had witnessed the death began to whisper the story. They told of the calmness, the libation, the tender farewell to Paulina. The story spread through the underground networks of the Stoic opposition. It was retold in the baths, in the schools, in the camps of the legions. It became a legend. Seneca became a secular saint, the pagan equivalent of the Christian martyrs who were dying in the circus nearby. His death became his greatest work of art, a performance so perfect that it redeemed the compromises of his life. The ash cooled. The servants collected the bones and placed them in an urn. We do not know where that urn was buried, perhaps in the garden, perhaps in a family tomb along the Appian Way. It doesn't matter. The true monument was not in the ground. It was in the minds of the men and women who read his words and found, in the story of his broken, messy, courageous end, the strength to face their own struggles. The steam room was empty now. The water evaporated, the heat dissipated. But the voice that had spoken in the mist was just beginning to find its echo. The ash of the funeral pyre had barely settled into the soil of Nomentum before the wheel of history turned again, crushing the very man who had ordered the fire lit. Seneca died in April of 65 AD. 3 years later, in June of 68 AD, the empire finally vomited Nero out. The conspiracy that Seneca had died for was a failure, but the discontent it represented was a tide that could not be stopped. When the legions finally revolted and the Senate declared him a public enemy, Nero found himself alone in a villa outside Rome, much like Seneca had been. But unlike the philosopher, the emperor had no inner citadel. He panicked, he wept. He paced the room, begging his servants to kill him because he lacked the courage to hold the knife himself. His final words were not a libation to a god, but a whine of vanity. What an artist dies with me. The contrast is the final, devastating verdict on their lives. The man who lived for applause died in terror of silence. The man who lived for wisdom died creating a silence that would echo for 2,000 years. Seneca had lost the political battle, but he had won the war of endurance. His bones were dust, but his voice was about to begin a journey that would carry it across borders and centuries he could never have imagined. It is one of the strange miracles of history that the writings of a pagan advisor to a monster were preserved with such reverence by the Christian world that rose from Rome's ashes. In the centuries that followed, early church fathers like Tertullian and Augustine looked at Seneca and saw a kindred spirit. They read his letters about the sanctity of the soul, the brotherhood of man, and the rejection of worldly idols, and they whispered a legend that he had secretly been a Christian. They forged letters between Seneca and St. Paul, imagining a friendship between the Stoic and the Apostle. It was a fiction, but it saved his books. While the plays of other Roman masters were lost to rot and fire, Seneca's manuscripts were copied by monks in candlelit scriptoriums, preserved as ours. The man who had poured a libation to Jupiter Liberator became a peculiar honorary saint of the new faith. He had slipped past the censors of history by wearing a mask of piety he never actually owned. But Seneca endures for reasons deeper than a theological misunderstanding. He endures because he is the most human of the ancients. When we read Marcus Aurelius, we feel we are reading a saint, a man so disciplined, so remote, that he seems carved from cold marble. When we read Epictetus, we feel we are being shouted at by a brilliant, grumpy coach. But when we read Seneca, we feel we are having a drink with a friend who is just as messed up as we are, but who is trying harder. He does not claim to be a sage. He admits his greed. He admits his fear. He admits that he loves the soft cushions and the high office, even as he knows they are traps. He is the philosopher of the Proficients, the one who is making progress. He gives us permission to be imperfect. He tells us that the goal is not to be a god, but to be a better human today than we were yesterday. In a world that demands perfection, his admission of struggle is a profound comfort. As the Roman Empire slowly dissolved, fragmenting into the medieval world, Seneca's voice remained a constant frequency in the static. Dante placed him in limbo, in the noble castle, alongside Socrates and Plato, shielding him from the fires of hell. The humanists of the Renaissance rediscovered him, dusting off the scrolls and finding a style that was sharp, urgent, and modern. Montaigne modeled his essays on Seneca's letters. Shakespeare read him and found the blood-soaked tragedy of Thyestes, borrowing its ghosts and its madness for Hamlet and Macbeth. The founding fathers of America read him, seeing in his resistance to Nero a model for their own struggle against tyranny. The internal exile of Nomentum became a blueprint for every intellectual forced to live under a dictator. Seneca proved that you can be silenced in the public square and still shout across the ages. And so, we come to the end of the scroll. The life of Lucius Annaeus Seneca was not a straight line of virtue. It was a jagged scar of compromise, ambition, brilliance, and failure. He was a man who knew he would lose. He knew that physics always wins against biology, that time always wins against glory, and that power always wins against reason. And yet, he played the game anyway. He stayed in the room. He tried to steer the monster. He failed, yes. But in his failure, he left us a map of the wreckage. He showed us that while we cannot control the world, we can control how we interpret it. We can choose to see the fire not as a disaster, but as fuel. We can choose to treat the executioner not as an enemy, but as a courier, delivering the final release. Imagine him now, not as the corpse in the steam room, but as a presence in your own quiet dark. He is sitting at his desk, the lamp burning low. The noise of Rome has finally faded. The shouting of the crowds, the whispers of the conspirators, the screams of the victims, it is all gone. There is only the scratching of the pen. He looks up from the page, across the abyss of 2,000 years, and he sees you. He sees your anxiety, your ambition, your fear of the dark. And he smiles, that gentle, weary smile. It is not that we have a short time to live, he whispers, but that we waste a lot of it. He closes the book. He blows out the lamp. The lesson is over. The rest is up to you. The scroll is rolled up now. The history is written. The ink is dry, and the figures we have watched. The fragile boy in Spain, the orator in the Senate, the exile on the rock, the tutor in the palace, and the old man in the bath have all returned to the mist. The fire of Rome has cooled. The golden house is buried under the earth. The shouting of the emperors and the clashing of the legions have faded into a silence as deep and soft as the night outside your window. Let the weight of the centuries slide off your shoulders. You do not need to carry the empire tonight. You do not need to solve the riddles of the Stoics or navigate the intrigues of the court. All those battles are finished. The river of time has washed them clean, leaving only the smooth stones of memory. Picture the darkness of your room, not as an empty void, but as a warm, protective cloak, like the heavy wool blanket Seneca might have pulled around his shoulders on a cold night in Nomentum. The air is still. The world has slowed down to the rhythm of your own breathing, in and out, rising and falling. Just as the sun set over the forum, bringing rest to the senators and the slaves alike, sleep is now coming to close the gates of your mind. Drift away from the marble city. Drift away from the noise. You are safe in your own inner citadel, a place where no tyrant can enter, where no worry can disturb the peace. The stars are wheeling overhead, silent and eternal, watching over you just as they watched over him. Let the history dissolve into a dream. Let the voice fade into a whisper, and the whisper into the wind. Rest now. The story is done. Sweet dreams.